gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for attending the opening ceremony of the 5th ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have been given the honor of being your MC today. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. It's indeed a great honor to be your MC, and we would like to sincerely thank all of our distinguished guests for your attendance this morning, despite your busy schedules. This forum is being held every year to expand the cooperation between the two countries and to prepare a platform for the development of economic cooperation. And marking its 5th anniversary this year, the forum is being held under the theme of Improving ROK-US Economic Ties Through People-to-People Exchange. Today's forum is being hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the U.S. Department of State, jointly hosted by the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy and the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Due to the proliferation of the COVID-19 pandemic, we're holding the event online, and it is currently being streamed live on the YouTube channel. It's unfortunate that we could not have more of our distinguished guests here on site with us. However, I hope that you enjoy the forum and stay with us until the very end. Once again, I would like to remind you that simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Please use the receivers placed on the tables. Turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Choi Jong-moon, the Second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
The Honorable Jose Fernandez, who is now on the way from Four Seasons to Hyatt Hotel, he's arriving soon, and Undersecretary for State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, and President Ju Si-bo of POSCO International, representing the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Senior Vice President Charles Freeman of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank all of you for being here today. It is an honor to host the 5th Korea-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum and the 3rd Women's Economic Empowerment Roundtable. My special thanks go to Undersecretary Jose Fernandez, who has come all the way to Seoul for the first time despite the extra quarantine process. I look forward to holding together with him the 6th ROK-US Senior Economic Dialogue tomorrow morning. Honorable guests, the COVID-19 has drastically changed our life in every possible way, but I believe in resilience and creativity that the humankind has demonstrated at every catastrophe. The Black Death in the 14th century had opened new minds, giving birth to the Renaissance. The pandemic we face today is an unfortunate surprise, of course, but it is also shifting the world in full force to a new world fueled by digitalization and green energy transition. History tells us that the best way to outperform in turbulent times is to foster the best talents and empower them in the right way. Therefore, it was timely that our two leaders in May agreed to support a greater interaction of STEM experts in order to project our relationship beyond the pandemic. There is no doubt that Korea is an optimum partner for the United States. As a longtime ally sharing democratic values and market economy, as a leading maker of high-tech products, and as a home to many skilled students, engineers, scientists, standing at the frontiers of emerging technologies. To find the windows of opportunity, our two governments are working together to establish programs to connect the talents from both sides, to explore new areas such as cybersecurity, renewable energy, 6G, AI, and quantum technology. Of course, the private sector has a critical role to play in finding creative yet practical ways to pave a joint path forward. I very much look forward to your valuable input today. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has placed an unequal burden on women. This is because the share of female workers is considerably higher in industries with in-person contact. We also know that digitalization has greatly affected the traditional and informal economic activities primarily occupied by female workers. Yet, the gender gap remains salient in the areas of emerging technologies. According to World Economic Forum, women only account for 14.2% of employment in cloud computing and 32.4% in data and AI. The post-COVID-19 recovery will remain distant and hollow without their active engagement. In this respect, our two governments are also working on a roadmap where women workers, engineers, and entrepreneurs can enjoy full access to education, jobs, and finance necessary to endure and thrive in the post-COVID-19 era and beyond. Tomorrow at the SED, the two governments are set to adopt the second action plan on ROK-US partnership on women's economic empowerment, designed to better engage and prepare women for the new age. The Hollywood movie Hidden Figures will demonstrate what can happen when talented women are given a fair chance. They remained unsung heroes until the media brought them to light only recently. Women deserve a greater recognition, and more of their stories need to be told. We need wisdom and expertise from academia, business, and the private sector to shed a light on the hidden figures of our two countries. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Vice Minister, for your kind remarks as well as your support throughout the years. And following suit, we have a lot of our distinguished guests who will deliver keynote speeches. First of all, let me introduce Mr. Ju Si-bu, the Chair of the International Affairs Council of the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his keynote speech. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I am Ju Si-bu, Chair of the International Affairs Council at the Korean Chamber of Commerce and Industry. First of all, I offer my sincerest welcome to His Excellency Jose Fernandez, Undersecretary of the U.S. Department of State, and officials of the U.S. government to Korea. And I extend my deepest gratitude to the host of the ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum, His Excellency Choi Jong-moon, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and business leaders from Korea and the United States who have joined us in person, as well as Mr. Charles Freeman, Senior Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who's joining us virtually from Washington, D.C. I thank you all and offer my warm welcome. The Biden administration took office almost 1 year ago. Since its inauguration, Korea and the United States have been working in various fields to deepen and expand the scope of cooperation. Last May, the first Korea-U.S. summit with President Biden was held, and it was a resounding success. On the occasion of the summit, the Business Roundtable, as well as the vaccine partnership were held, enabling Korean companies to cooperate with leading U.S. firms in the field of semiconductors and batteries, thus providing a platform for their entry to the U.S. market. Likewise, the U.S. firms were able to induce outstanding Korean companies to make investment in the U.S. market, establishing, as a result, stable supply chains. The White House spoke on the outcomes of the ROK-US Summit as having established a comprehensive partnership for a better future, further stating that to build stable supply chains, respond to climate change, security, and other key issues, cooperation with Korea will be critically needed. Korea and the U.S., within the framework of the traditional security alliance relations, have been able to expand the depth and width of such alliance thanks to the enabling private sector exchanges, from economy, technology, arts to sports. Various stakeholders have been serving as private diplomats to further develop ROK-US relations in diverse fields. Among them, companies have played a crucial role. Our businesses have worked towards market economy, free trade, fair competition, and other shared value in one united voice, and have pursued shared prosperity through continued cooperation. In the face of the crisis posed by COVID-19 in particular, more than ever before, closer cooperation between our two countries is in greater demand, with the role of our business leaders becoming all the more important. When business leaders of our two countries pool their wisdom and usher in the future together, we will be able to bring an early end to the pandemic and offer a new hope for humanity. This ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum follows up on President Moon's first visit to the U.S. back in June 2017, and which has been held annually ever since, as far as I understand. Due to the pandemic, participation by various economic entities has been restricted in the event. Yet fortunately, we have come to hold this forum in presence of the Vice Minister and Undersecretary of our two countries as an offline event. It gives me such a great pleasure to see this happening. So moving forward as well, the KCCI will remain committed to the enhancement of bilateral economic collaboration by actively engaging in a wide range of projects. I hope that this forum will offer vision and insight as a valuable platform. And I want to thank the representatives and officials of our two nations once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again for your kind remarks, Mr. Ju Jibo, as the chair of the International Affairs Council, the KCCI. Thank you once again for your support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move over to the United States as we have Mr. Charles Freeman, the Senior Vice President for Asia at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who will deliver his keynote speech through a video. So please turn your attention to the screen.
Thank you very, very much. Good morning, everybody in Seoul, and to those of you online. It gives me great pleasure to join this forum and to hear from distinguished speakers from government as well as from our fellow business association partner and Chairman Chu. The U.S. Chamber it's the world's largest business organization. We represent some 3 million businesses of all sizes and sectors and state and local chambers of commerce and industry. The Chamber's International Affairs Division operates 20 plus bilateral business councils which work to promote pro-business policies around the globe, including in Korea. For over 30 years, in fact, the Chamber's U.S.-Korea Business Council has been the leading voice in Washington to advance the bilateral commercial and economic relationship. The Chamber and the business community that it represents have long been strong supporters of the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. We were pleased to have led the coalition to support the initial passage, ratification, and ultimate renegotiation of KORUS. Next year will be the 10th anniversary since the KORUS entered into force. We look forward to celebrating such an important occasion as the KORUS has helped facilitate bilateral trade and continues to deliver benefits to both economies. More importantly, we remain committed to working with both governments to explore other areas of potential cooperation and ways to grow the commercial relationship, including on emerging issues such as digital trade, global health, supply chain concerns, and energy. Continued U.S. trade and investment will be critical to both countries as we recover from the COVID pandemic. We're very pleased that today's joint public-private forum will focus on people-to-people exchange in both the STEM field as well as women's economic empowerment. The Chamber's U.S.-Korea Business Council is made up of U.S. companies from every business sector and includes many household names in STEM. Many of these companies see growing opportunities in the Korean market and perceive Korea as a natural partner to drive digital innovation, develop policies on cutting-edge technologies, and strengthen the global supply chain. We're optimistic that the announced partnerships between the United States and Korea and Korea's investment plans in the United States will contribute to both knowledge sharing and to people exchanges in the STEM field. To name a few companies involved in this effort, Boeing Korea operates an engineering and technology center in Seoul, where it's recruited a diverse set of talents to accelerate innovation in aerospace. Google runs a campus for Korean startups and partners with universities on artificial intelligence development. Qualcomm has provided research scholarships and fellowship awards to Korean engineering undergraduates and graduate students, respectively, on an annual basis for the last 10 years. This past year, 20 graduate students received research grants in the fields of AI, machine learning, and autonomous driving, and mentorship from Qualcomm research engineers through its fellowship awards. The Chamber, for our own part, is committed to advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion in the United States, as well as overseas. We firmly believe that our nation's strength lies in its diverse workforce and our ability to harness talents from throughout the globe. We work with businesses and government to promote diversity in the workplace and to create an inclusive culture that is welcoming to all. Bilateral people-to-people exchanges may be a small part of this equation, but we recognize the potential to bring positive impact to an individual or to the exchanging organizations. When designing such exchange programs, we urge that they be practical for companies and make business sense. There must be clear incentives and lasting value for participating companies that are distinct from open skill-based hires. The Chamber's commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion also expands to achieving gender parity. We are pleased to have seen progress in the United States in recent years. Women-owned businesses are driving economic growth, representing 42% of all businesses, nearly 13 million, employing 9.4 million workers and generating revenues of $1.9 trillion. The year 2021, a record number of U.S. female executives, 41 women headed Fortune 500 companies, including General Motors, Citigroup, and UPS. Tech companies like Facebook, Microsoft, and Uber have 30 to 50% female board members, and Organon, a women's healthcare company, has a diverse board comprised of 70% women. There's still, however, a long way to go. While the US has a high share of women in management and on company boards, it still ranks below the OECD average on overall equality of women. Unfortunately, South Korea ranks even lower, which underscores the importance of continued US ROK dialogue and joint efforts on this issue. What's more, COVID has the potential to erase 15 years of progress in women's equity. According to McKinsey, globally, COVID has resulted in more than $800 billion in lost income and over 64 million jobs for women in 2020. In that regard, we applaud the Korean government's efforts to support women and introduce family-friendly policies in recent years. Emphasis on supporting small and medium-sized enterprises has also likely mitigated the impact on women who have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. Many American companies understand that when women rise, we all rise, and that women are empowered, so too are their families, communities, and their countries. To promote female empowerment in the United States, around the world, many US companies are supporting grants and crowdfunding to open and grow businesses, support expert business coaching and mentorship programs, and helping women develop the network of of entrepreneurs. In Korea, US companies have made efforts to expand female representation in their board of directors and board of governors. Companies like FedEx, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Amway, and Citibank have female CEOs in their Korean branches. More than 40% of Boeing Korea's Engineering and Technology Center are made up of female engineers who work on world-leading advanced technologies in aerospace. P&G Korea, which has already achieved 50-50 gender equality access across all levels including senior membership, has committed to take on additional gender equality measures, including using advertisements to address gender bias and their company's voice against gender injustice. Our affiliate in Seoul, AmCham Korea, has also been making a conscious effort to expand female representation in the board of directors and their board of governors. However, it's important that government policies and business practices must also be supported by changes in social and cultural attitudes. There are countless studies showing that higher female labor participation will contribute to the Korean economy and help address the aging population concerns. Many studies also show that workers' different perspectives, skills, and experiences allow companies to solve problems in new and innovative ways. Frankly, it just makes sense to be more diverse for business purposes. Ultimately, we should strive to create an economy that allows all people, no matter their race, gender, or background, to go as far and as high as their talents will let them. We at the Chamber are eager to support both governments on deepening the conversation. We remain committed to sharing data and insights to help shape policies, programs, and initiatives for a thriving female entrepreneurship culture. In closing, I'd like to thank the US and Korean governments for hosting today's forum and allowing the Chamber the opportunity to provide the US industry's perspective. We hold great importance in these public-private dialogues and always welcome the opportunity to ensure that policies are driven by data and based on real conversations with business, government, academic, and civic leaders. I look forward to a fruitful discussion today on these important areas of collaboration. The Chamber stands ready to be a constructive partner to enhance the critical role of closing the opportunity gaps, foster innovation, and maintain global competitiveness. Thank you very much. I look forward to the program.
Thank you once again, Mr. Charles Freeman, for your presentation, your keynote speech. And as he mentioned, although the U.S. also has some ways to go, I believe that this joint public-private partnership between the two countries will be able to provide a little bit of an impetus for Korea as well to advance itself in the areas of the STEM as well as women's economic development. Thank you once again for your insightful keynote presentation. And now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Mr. Jose Fernandez, the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment of the United States Department of State, for his welcome remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Delighted to be here. Normally, I'm not terribly punctual. And normally it's my fault, but today we just had to wait for our test results to come back. So apologies for being late. Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, how are you? Good to see you. The Chair of International Affairs at the Council, at Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our Senior Vice President for Asia that we just heard, Charles Freeman, and distinguished speakers and guests and friends. It's an absolute pleasure. We're delighted to be here today. We're delighted to be here on this trip, which was not easy to organize because of the COVID restrictions that we're all familiar with. We're delighted to be here because the U.S. ROK economic relationship is a linchpin. It's a linchpin for stability and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula, across the Indo-Pacific, and beyond. Stretching 7 decades, our alliance has stood the test of time, and over the years, it has grown and matured to become a truly comprehensive and global partnership. This was evident earlier this year when President Biden welcomed President Moon to Washington as one of the first two foreign leaders to visit Washington. President Moon's visit sent a strong signal about the importance that we place on the alliance and our leaders' shared commitment to working together in order to address the most consequential regional and global challenges of our time. Our relationship is multifaceted. It spans from maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific to forging new collaboration on climate, health, and women's economic empowerment and emerging technologies, to expanding what's already vibrant people-to-people ties, and to deepening our cooperation on science and technology and on cyber and space. Despite the pandemic, our bilateral trade in 2020 reached $155 billion. More than 1,200 U.S. companies operate in or export to the ROK, including large U.S. enterprises such as Apple, Microsoft, General Motors. Thanks to our free trade agreement, Tesla is the largest U.S. automotive company exporter to the ROK. Netflix has invested over $1 billion in Korean content, and Seoul is home to the first Google campus in Asia. Tomorrow, and this is the main purpose for my visit to Korea, tomorrow we're holding the 6th U.S. ROK Senior Economic Dialogue. It will take place tomorrow, and it'll be a demonstration to our standing economic relations. It's a follow-up to our Leaders Summit, and at that dialogue, we're going to deal with a wide range of issues that we're taking stock in. We will talk about supply chain resilience, infrastructure, health, climate change, and energy, gender equality and empowerment, science and technology, regional development cooperation, and the digital economy. It's a full schedule indeed, and it reflects the breadth of our mutual relationship. The conversations that you're having today, though, highlight two very important aspects that I think underpin our two countries' economic prosperity: people-to-people exchanges, and on science, technology, engineering, and math, what we call STEM, and advancing women's economic empowerment. On STEM, given the enormous shared global challenges that we face, challenges such as climate change and global health, we will not succeed. We realize that we're not going to succeed in advancing our shared interests without elevating international science and technology cooperation. And a critical component of how we do this is people-to-people exchanges. Building and maintaining strong networks between governments, companies, civil societies, and universities is vital to maintaining this positive momentum and partnership. We in the United States are committed to international education, including student and scholar mobility. More than 1.7 million Korean students since 1955 have enrolled in schools in the U.S. During the 2021 academic year, we had nearly 40,000 post-secondary Korean students in the United States, making the ROK the #3 sender of foreign students to our country. These relationships matter, and over the years as I travel to different countries around the world, I realized that the bonds that we forge as students are bonds that persist, and in many ways they matter as much, if not more, than the commercial ties that join our two countries. These relationships are relationships that we endeavor to build even more by encouraging STEM talent exchange and by creating new opportunities for joint research and business networks between Americans and the Republic of Korea. The second item that you're talking about this morning is women's economic empowerment. And this is an issue that we are deeply committed to promoting. Gender equality and inclusive economic growth was a subject of the Biden-Harris administration's first ever national gender strategy, a strategy to advance the empowerment of women, girls, LGBTQI persons in all of their diversities in the United States and around the world. It's a gender strategy that contains 10 tenets, two of which include things that you're going to talk about today: economic security and science and technology. So I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased that at tomorrow's Senior Economic Dialogue between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea, we will endorse the second Economic Empowerment Action Plan. It'll focus on key elements in greater U.S. ROK public and private sector collaboration on women's economic empowerment within STEM-related sectors. This is work that will advance the work that we've done on convening the private sector to advance women's empowerment, on coordinating policy priorities through public engagements at organizations such as the OECD, and through the Japan-U.S. ROK Trilateral Women in STEM Conference, and finally signing the APEC Women in STEM Principles in Action. I think all of these show that we can work together to engage and partner with more countries within the Asia-Pacific region on women's empowerment. So the discussions that you will have today, discussions that will lead into tomorrow's strategic economic dialogue are going to help us drive forward further action in STEM exchange and women's economic empowerment. And for that reason, I am delighted to be here, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to join this important discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Undersecretary Fernandez, for your remarks as well as your time with us. You mentioned that it took a little while to get the PCR test, but thank you for being here, although it was a little bit late. And sorry for keeping you up with the PCR test results. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the opening ceremony. So the fifth ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum opening ceremony comes to an end. And before we move to session one, I would like to invite all of our speakers here on site to the stage for a group commemorative photo. So please follow the guidance of our staff, and please do join us up on stage for a group photo. With your eyes as well. Then I will count to 3, and I hope that the cameras can work on my count. 1, 2, 3. Can we give a big round of applause for the photo as well? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may now return to your seats. Yes, and distinguished guests, as you are now going back to your seats, we will take a short 10-minute break, and then we will resume with session one. Once again, we do please advise you to keep your masks on at all times in the hall and during the event. And for those who will be joining us in session one, please remember to keep your masks on even on stage. Thank you very much. resume with session 1. And we kindly ask all of our moderator as well as our panel speakers to please keep their masks on to prevent the proliferation of COVID-19. Now, our first session is titled People-to-People Exchange in the STEM Field. And we also will be led by our moderator, Ms. Shin Eun-jung, the head of the Office of S&T Diplomatic Policy Research at the Science and Technology Policy Institute of the Republic of Korea. I believe that they're all ready to start our session 1. So, Ms. Chair, you have the floor.
감사합니다. Thank you. As was introduced, I am Shin Eun-jung. I'm head of the Office of S&T Diplomatic Policy Research at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. As was introduced, session 1 will discuss the issue of people-to-people exchange in STEM field. And there will be speeches followed by panel discussion. So let's move on to the first speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Kang Sang-uk, Director General of the Future Science HR Policy, Ministry of Science and ICT. He will be speaking on the current ties and future plans. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning. I am Kang Sang-uk, Director General of Future Talent Policy at the Korean Ministry of Science and ICT. We'll be talking about the ways in which to promote people-to-people exchanges in science and technology. I'm very pleased to be here. And also, Minister Im Hae-suk visited the U.S. to have a meeting with the head of the OSP as well as NSP. She was able to meet with the various stakeholders in the United States to talk about follow-up measures to the summit meeting that was held in May between Korea and the United States. So the forum being held today is very timely indeed. This is the order of my presentation. I will talk about the current status, the people-to-people exchanges in the STEM sector between the two countries, and also to talk about policy measures and the plans that we'll be implementing going forward. As Undersecretary Fernandez emphasized, around the world, we see the COVID-19 pandemic as well as climate crisis. There are various challenges that are posed by the global crisis, and there are a lot of underweight efforts undertaken, and I believe science and technology can provide a tool to overcome such challenges. As you understand, in 1976, our two countries signed an agreement on cooperation in science and technology and have been working to expand our cooperation in science and technology continuously. And as Mr. Undersecretary rightly mentioned at the beginning, many Korean students in Korea are going abroad to the United States to study, especially in the field of STEM, and they're also undertaking postdoc studies and working as researchers, and they come back to Korea to carry out joint research projects with the U.S. counterparts. And also our two countries have held, for example, science and technology joint committee meetings and also ICT policy forums and other dialogue channels in order to address various issues. And more specifically, I would like to touch upon a couple of things here that are important for us, but I will especially want to talk about ways in which to promote exchanges between our young scientists and technicians. For example, Korea's female graduate students in STEM are taking training sessions in the U.S., while top graduate students from the U.S. come to Korea to take training. So there are a lot of international cooperation development courses being undertaken. And we also work with renowned universities and research institutes abroad, including those in the U.S. We work with them so that Korean domestic universities can dispatch their researchers abroad. Last year, Georgia Tech and also the University of Washington and other universities have collaborated with us, and about 161 researchers have carried out collaborative research projects. And also, Korea's female researchers received support in terms of getting training sessions as well as publishing their academic presentations abroad. And moreover, postdoctoral researchers in STEM fields are provided with research opportunities in the U.S. For applicants who have obtained a doctoral degree from a university with last 5 years, their collaborative research work at foreign universities and research institutes are subsidized up to 3 years. And also 75 researchers last year worked at MIT, Harvard, and Stanford University and other research institutes in the U.S. as collaborative researchers. Furthermore, in the field of AI, we have a program that we embarked on last year together with Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, GIST, and MIT of the US, are conducting a collaborative research on the field of AI. This will last for 5 years with the budget of 30 billion in Korean won. That's the amount that will be put in by the Korean side, and there will be a set of amount that will be allocated by the U.S. side as well. So in the field of AI, core researchers will come together to carry out their joint research. Researchers and also graduate school students as well as postdoctoral students will be going back and forth between the two countries. So, for example, researchers from GIST and researchers from MIT will be exchanging their collaboration. And also, at the last ROK-US Summit in May, the two leaders decided to pursue exchanges of experts in the STEM fields. And our ministries is also working to step up our collaboration in terms of promoting exchanges of our personnel in the STEM field, especially focusing on AI, system semiconductors, and core technology areas, which are areas of mutual interest of our two countries. And we will be expanding our strategic cooperation in that regards. So starting from last year, we have some new programs that we're mulling over to implement, one of which is Brain Link program. It has two important pillars here. First is related to AI, system semiconductors, and quantum technology, quantum computing. These are the strategic technology areas where the two countries will come together to promote personnel exchanges and also to carry out collaborative research projects. AI, semiconductors. We haven't actually determined the areas in which we're going to cooperate, but AI and the system semiconductors and the next generation core technologies will be the main areas where we'll be focusing on. And there will also be a secondment of researchers in a mutual manner. And we will be holding technology sharing sessions. Especially for core technologies, cutting technologies. Outstanding researchers will be able to share their technological know-how so that scientists and technicians in the STEM field will be able to build a stronger network. So conferences and seminars will be organized in that regard to strengthen the collaborative network between the two countries. And the discussions have been underway in the following programs, which will begin from next year. Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology will be working with the University of Colorado, and they will be expanding their collaboration in the field of aerospace and intelligent semiconductors and so forth, as well as smart healthcare and AI fields. These are areas where we are going to be stepping up our bilateral cooperation. And for 5 years, 7.5 billion Korean won. Again, this is the amount that will be subsidized by the Korean government. So we have many programs in mind. So to secure next generation space technology, KIEP and University of Colorado will be engaged in joint research, researchers, student exchange programs, and joint training. And also cluster satellite-based space science, deep space exploration, mission design, and other new space era leading technologies will be studied. Next is in the area of intelligent semiconductor research. Daegu Gyeongbuk Institute of Science and Technology and Georgia Tech and Stanford University of the U.S. will carry out joint research and exchange of professors and graduate students. To process deep learning algorithm, computer configuration will be studied, and next generation device-based smart memory semiconductor research will be carried out with a view to obtaining core technology for future industries. And thirdly, Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology and U.S. universities will promote a joint research and exchange among researchers in the smart healthcare field. UNIST, which is again the Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, and Waitford Institute of Regenerative Medicine and UCLA Healthcare Center will be working as partners to build a biomaterials database and also to study medical image-based AI algorithm, to study AI-based smart healthcare technologies, and also to promote people-to-people exchanges. So starting next year, smart healthcare, AI, system semiconductor, and new emerging technologies in space will be the areas where we'll be pursuing further collaboration and also promoting our exchanges. We're also going to focus on deepening our substantiation. We have been conducting a lot of collaborative research, but most of them have been done through the utilization of international students. However, we haven't really had a lot of, for example, a collaboration that was happening with researchers in the U.S. So I believe we really need to identify those core strategic areas that would be relevant to both of our countries. So KIEP and system semiconductors and new aerospace technologies are the areas where we'll be conducting stronger collaborative research and also to promote people-to-people exchange in greater depth. And in that regard, we would like to ask for your closer attention and cooperation from the U.S. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We were able to see our past exchanges as well as future plans. They were very concrete, and he shared with us the plans that the Korean government has to expand bilateral relations. We saw which partners were involved, including both Korean and international partners as well. Now let's move on to the second speech, which will be delivered from the U.S. side. From the U.S. Department of State, we have the Office Director, Reese Smith, from the Office of Science and Technology Cooperation.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you tonight virtually. I'd like to thank Director Kang Song-uk, our moderator, our panelists, the organizers. The United States places great importance on international collaboration and exchanges on STEM. We've had over almost a million exchange international students enrolled in the school year 2020 to 2021. Almost or over half of these majored in STEM fields. As Undersecretary Fernandez said, we need our international STEM collaboration and international people-to-people exchanges and to build relationships and address the pressing challenges, including climate change and health. There are nearly 40,000 post-secondary Korean students studying in the United States as well. The fact that the Republic of Korea is the third largest source worldwide of international students to the United States creates huge opportunities in STEM for our two countries and builds a network between these scholars that lasts into the future. These networks between our two countries, governments, industry, academia, advance global science. Importantly, the Republic of Korea and the United States are close allies with shared values, democratic values, and scientific values, including transparency, openness, merit-based competition, as well as a shared commitment to diversity and inclusion. These values engender trust and collaboration between the peoples of our two countries, which underpin the global science system and ensure that science and technology advances are used to empower people within our societies. Our two countries' ties in science, technology, and innovation are strong. We have had a science and technology agreement for more than 20 years. The agreement facilitates government-to-government research collaboration in areas spanning health, fusion energy science, and emerging technologies, to name just a few. Much of STEM exchange and our bottom-up system is driven by the universities. However, at the U.S. Department of State, where I work, we have a variety of programs that help promote exchanges in STEM fields. Through this, opportunities for joint research and establishing business networks between the United States and foreign peers are created. The first example I'd like to discuss is the well-known State Department tool, the Fulbright program. The program is a two-way international educational exchange, which provides transformative experiences to students, teachers, and researchers. Beyond the intensive language program, there are also opportunities in many other areas of study, including STEM. In addition to Fulbright, we also sponsor short-term exchanges with stakeholders in the U.S. through our International Visitor Leadership Program. This program provides current foreign leaders and future foreign leaders in STEM fields, entrepreneurship, and educational opportunities to better understand public, but not only public, private organizations in the United States. They can develop long-lasting relationships for future collaboration, creating opportunities in business and academic collaboration. This program also strongly seeks to empower female leadership and inclusion in STEM fields. For example, in March 2019, 4 Korean participants with background in work-family research, STEM training development for rural girls and women, journalism, and venture startup enterprise traveled to numerous cities across the U.S., including Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, Tampa, Dallas, and Riverside, California, for a 3-week IVLP. Boy, that sounds like quite an agenda. I'd like to be on that one. Participants examined how the U.S. government and private organizations support and empower female-led businesses and explore innovation by companies to develop more female and family-friendly human resource policies. In the area of high-energy physics, Korean scientists from Chungang University and the Korean Institute of Science and Technology Information are collaborating with their American counterparts at the U.S. Fermilab facility. Their work includes advancing collaboration research programs for the large-scale international DUNE and Muon G2 particle physics experiments, each of which allow scientists to study and answer key questions about the understanding of the basic building blocks of the universe. These scientists from countries are working together to advance new and innovative techniques to physics research and the development of next-generation particle detectors that will enable future discoveries. Our countries are also collaborating on fusion energy science. Earlier this year, U.S. scientists traveled to Daejeon to support Korean superconducting Tokamak advanced research facilities and expanding the capabilities of their plasma control system. I'd like to highlight science and technology entrepreneurship training that Korean entrepreneurs can utilize. Through our Global Innovation through Science and Technology Initiative, entrepreneurs from anywhere can access a wealth of online resources and training from leading U.S. experts through the website gistnetwork.org. For example, the Tech Connect webinar series engages U.S. businesses and innovative experts to share best practices and insights. We would also welcome exploring with the Republic of Korea government, businesses, and innovators opportunities to collaborate through GIST. For example, in 2018 and 19, GIST and Microsoft co-hosted the Imagine Cup, which provides training and prize opportunities to global startup. 3 teams from South Korea participated and showcased their ideas on education technology, cybersecurity, and emergency response technology. Finally, the United States also makes available J-1 visas, which enable international candidates to teach, study, and conduct research or job training in the U.S. These visas can last from just a few weeks to several years. To demonstrate how expansive this opportunity is, in 2020, over 14,000 people through privately and/or
government-funded exchanges participated in STEM programs at universities and private businesses around the United States. It is also important to note that our U.S. science agencies, such as the National Science Foundation and the Institute of Health, welcome Korean researchers to make connections with U.S. researchers. Collaborations that emerge based on shared scientific interests tend to work very well. In 2020, NIH hosted 137 postdocs at their intramural program. The knowledge and experience and facilities at NHS make it a unique international resource in the efforts to understand, prevent, and cure diseases. All of these, additionally, the NIH extramural research program supported over 270 research awards that included collaborations with research organizations in the Republic of Korea. All of these awards were a direct award to a U.S. researcher who collaborated with a Korean counterpart. The three collaborating Korean organizations were the Korea Institute of Science and Technology, Seoul National University, and Yonsei University. Regardless of the programs, though, they all have the same goals in mind: advancing international scientific collaboration, creating global leaders who understand the most pressing challenges, and establishing the enduring relationships that propel the scientific community into the future. Before I close, I'd like to highlight something for the panel and us to think about more. How can the U.S. and the Republican Korean scientists, as leaders of science and technology, engage more developing countries in STEM exchanges and collaborations? There may be additional opportunities for us to explore there later. Thank you again so much for the opportunity to join you today. I look forward to the discussion.
So thank you once again for your presentation. That was Mr. Smith, Office Director from the Office of Science and Technology Cooperation, talked about the performance from the Science and Technology Cooperation and also his expectations for future collaboration. And also for the panel discussion, he also posed some of the questions that we would have to focus on. So thank you very much. Now, based on the presentation, we're going to invite 4 panelists to move into the roundtable discussion. And before we begin the roundtable discussion, I'd like to introduce our 4 panelists. From the U.S. side, we have Senior Policy Advisor from the National Quantum Coordination Office, Office of Science and Technology Policy. Mr. Corey Stamborg is here, Executive Office of the President. He worked at the NIST, especially in the field of quantum technology. And based on his experience, he's currently working for the HR development and also industrial cooperation at the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the Executive Office of the President. Second discussant is from UCLA, Professor of Surgery and Medicine and Biomedical Sciences, Chaeyoung Kim. Biomedicine and molecular biology are the expertise that she's focusing on. Became a professor at Harvard University for the first time in Korea. Is also a chairperson of the Biotechnology Association. Also received a bio-related award. From the Korean side, I would like to introduce our Korean panelists. From KIEP, we have Professor Moon Soo-bok, School of Computing. Professor Moon Soo-bok has been conducting a lot of research on computer network, and after receiving a PhD, worked at Sprint AT&T Research Institute. In 2003, became a professor at KIEP. Not only in terms of research work, is also very much involved in academic presentations and also to empower women in STEM fields. Up until August, also worked as the dean of the School of Academic Studies. And we also have a panelist from Korea, the CEO, President of Babylon, Mr. Park Sung-hyun. Worked at the New York office at Morgan Stanley and SpaceX was also a company that he worked at as a manager. Electronic computer engineering are the areas where he has a lot of expertise in, and he's currently involved in development of AI technology. So we have 4 panelists over here. We'll be talking about people-to-people exchange in the STEM field between our 2 countries. We have to finish our roundtable till 10 o'clock, which leaves us about 45 minutes. So we will first hear from the U.S. presenters, perhaps about 10 minutes of time to be used by the U.S. panelists. We'll be focusing on 2 things. So there has been science and technology, people-to-people exchanges thus far. We will first reflect upon the outcomes of such collaboration and also the promotion of people-to-people exchanges. And if there are any other additional comments that you would like to make, especially in terms of the private sector, what are some of the people-to-people exchange ideas or the efforts that would have to be made, not only from the public side, but also from the private sector? We will hear from Senior Policy Advisor Corey Stambuk from the Executive Office of the President. Please, the floor is yours.
예, 안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다. 저는 현재
Hello. I am a researcher at the I'm majoring in physics at Yonsei University. I used to work at Yonsei University a very long time ago. So I will have to speak in English because it was such a long time ago that I used to work at Yonsei University.
Korean, I pretty much said my Korean is very poor, so I'm going to speak English. But thank you very much. So pleasure to be part of this conversation, and welcome to all those who are virtual. As noted in the introduction, I'm currently serving as a senior policy advisor for the National Quantum Coordination Office, which is housed in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I'm also a staff physicist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. The National Quantum Coordination Office was established to support the coordination of the U.S.'s National Quantum Initiative. This initiative, which was passed just about 3 years ago by the U.S., was intended to accelerate U.S. R&D efforts in quantum information science and to support the development of an appropriate workforce. So I was very happy and enlightened to hear the early discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I look forward to the follow-up conversation on gender equality. This is an acute challenge for quantum information science and one we are currently working to confront. So I'm very excited to hear about this conversation later on today. So 2 important components of our overall policy for quantum are workforce development and international collaboration, both of which align nicely with today's conversation. And as I said, I had the honor of spending several years as a researcher in South Korea. There, I worked in the physics department at Seoul National University. So my comments are largely going to focus around those 2 areas. But before getting into any specifics, I do want to reiterate and reinforce the comments made by Director Smith at the beginning of the session. Last month, Dr. Eric Lander, the President's Science Advisor and Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, spoke to the World Academy of Sciences. His remark focused on the common values we share as scientists, and he noticed that we must continue to welcome and exchange global scientific talent with a renewed commitment. I really want to emphasize that part about the exchange component. Science and engineering advancement is an international enterprise. For progress to continue, we all have to continue and enhance opportunities to gain a global perspective in both our basic and applied research efforts, including our efforts in industry. With quantum information sciences, this is especially true. Earlier this fall, our subcommittee on the economic and security implications of quantum science released a report titled The Role of International Talent in Quantum Information Science. The document represented the position of more than 15 federal agencies that make up our subcommittee. And you can find this report and many others on our website, quantum.gov. And here, so the report really focused on, again, the role of international talent, how important international talent is for the US and the global enterprise. And to highlight a couple of the main points of the report, first, quantum information science is a growing and global enterprise with important economic and national security implications. And it has a reliance on a complex international ecosystem, really a global supply chain. And the world can only benefit from the flow of ideas and talent technology to enable that global system. Second, for the US at least, foreign talent constitutes almost half of the US graduates in quantum information science technology related fields. And the flow into the United States, this talent flows in from the United States from all over the world. And we've already heard commentary of the major contribution that Korea plays to that. But third, and importantly, United States and allied technology, data, and intellectual property are the target by some malign actors through both illegal and otherwise illicit means. So we need to keep that in mind as we think about how to partner. Simply put, the free flow of ideas and talent, regardless of origin, benefits the global quantum information science ecosystem, especially because no single country is the undisputed leader in every subfield of QIS, as we refer to it. So the movement of students, scholars, researchers, and industry to and from the United States leads to the synergy of new ideas, the building of new skills and expertise, importantly, forges new connections amongst the stakeholders. All of these factors help drive to better research outcomes and strengthen the global ecosystem. Therefore, one of the big recommendations for us out of our report was that federal organizations need to engage in close collaboration and coordination with allies and partners to ensure a vibrant and secure international QIS ecosystem, one that is underpinned by the shared values and principles, including the freedom of inquiry, merit-based competition, openness and transparency, accountability, and reciprocity. It's in this way we can ensure that at least our field QIS and many of the other emerging technologies can continue to advance while providing fair and a competitive ecosystem. Today's topic is on supporting exchanges. And when I say exchanges, I want to be clear, I don't simply mean exchanges as in a person from country A goes to B and it's exchange for someone from B coming to A. Rather, I really do mean that flow of information and talent over time and information over time and technology between countries. I had the great fortune in around 2008, 2011 to participate in such exchanges with South Korea. The first was through a co-sponsored program that at the time was known as the East Asian and Pacific Summer Institute for U.S. graduate students. This program ran for almost 30 years and provided support to introduce U.S. students to research in science and engineering in the East Asian Pacific region, including Korea. And I note that because it was an intentional program to help support and drive U.S. students into countries that otherwise wouldn't engage. I had the opportunity and privilege to participate in that program along with 15 other graduate students that year who chose South Korea as their destination location for research. During the program, as I said, I worked in the physics department, Seoul National University, with Professor Jae Won Ho, who himself had spent time many, many years ago at JILA in the University of Colorado and NIST. So that exchange of talent over time. And due to the generous support and hospitality of our Korean hosts, we had to learn not just about Korean culture and research, but the larger S&T enterprise, which provided perspective as we went on. And this program importantly had additional effects, as I know many of my compatriot students who participated in that program have returned to Korea over the last decade to carry out additional postdocs and to be even professors in Korea. So again, that exchange and that opportunity. I was one of those postdocs. For me, this was enabled by another NSF program, the International Research Fellowship Program at the time. This program supported US researchers traveling abroad to do postdocs. And I was able to return to Seoul National University. I'll note support also came from Korea, so it wasn't one-sided. In the case of the graduate program, there was equal cost sharing just about between the Korean host and the US who were sending students there. And then I had the pleasure of having the Korean BK21 program provide a bridge between the end of my fellowship through the NSF to when I started my next tour duty at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. So again, that joint ability. And again, I mention this because this is a great example of a federal agency that has many international guest research, many of which come from Korea. In fact, a colleague of mine from the lab I worked in Korea came to NIST shortly afterwards. And we were able to support each other. Much as he had supported me in Korea, I was able to help him. assimilate as he came to Korea. And he performed wonderful, productive research as a postdoc. There's a real value to the NIST effort. And now he's returned to Seoul National University as a researcher, where he continues to provide value there and could take those skills and knowledge learned. So this is a great example of that talent flow between two countries over time. In ending, I want to return to Director Smith's comment on the nearly 40,000 post-secondary Korean students studying US. In the last pandemic year, 2019, over 4,000 of those exchange visitors from South Korea were in the US engaging in postdoctoral programs and research endeavors in industry, about 2/3 of which were in STEM. So the Biden administration, as we know, is working to expand these opportunities for South Koreans and others to go beyond just hospitals and governments and universities and nonprofit research institutes, but to encompass that research into industry host, small, medium, large. Quantum, for example, has a large global supply chain, and be able to engage and work across international borders is critical. And so the administration is working on policies to leverage current authorities to better enable qualified students completing STEM degrees to come to the US, along with other researchers and STEM professionals. And it's my understanding that just yesterday, Minister Lim and the NSF director were having conversations in this frame. So these are opportunities to welcome and exchange more international talent. I look forward to the following conversation and hearing from the other panelists. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. It was a very full and thorough coverage of what we asked. And in the first session, we were talking about people-to-people exchange in STEM field. And I think that you are one of the living witnesses of this kind of exchange. So we heard some personal stories and insights. And I actually did not ask for personal accounts, but I'd like to thank you for providing that. It was a very rich account of what you have heard, experienced firsthand, especially in the earlier speech. The Director Smith also posed a question to us, which was how STEM exchange can proceed for common values, because we believe that this kind of STEM exchange can contribute to extending these common values and global agendas. So this is another issue I'd like you to share your ideas on. Next, I'd like to give the mic to Professor Taeyoung Kim, who is also from the US side. Hello, I am Taeyoung Kim from UCLA, and I'm currently at a US Korea conference, and I also met with the Minister of Gender Equality from Korea this morning. I also met with the Science Minister this morning. I'd like to thank you for your insights, and I am currently the president of the Women's Science and Technology organization here in the US, and we were established to promote areas of STEM, including bio and medical fields, and to support women professionals working in these areas. We have about 7,000 active members in LA, San Diego, Texas, Washington region, Boston. We have districts, and we have mentoring camps and community programs, as well as training and annual conferences. And also, we also extend the exchange of STEM professionals in our field. And I think that long-term and continuous support is needed to support our female professionals. And I believe that this also includes mentoring, post-mentoring as well. And the relationship between our mentees is very important also. So we need small group meetings to encourage this. And because information and getting data is not all of it, you need that kind of a sense of becoming part of a community, and also that rich relationship between mentors and mentees. So let me just share with you some key cases. There were Korean mentees who were interested in moving to the US. So we would provide them with training and also simulate job interviews and also writing CVs, how to negotiate, and also provided them with short-term advice to how to get into internships and how to enter into programs here in the US. And I think this provided them with a platform to enter into the US market and become successful. We would also take them to conferences and provide them with lectures and interviews, and also providing them with know-how on how to become more professional. Some of the mentees actually made it into graduate schools or also short-term internships thanks to this program. There were other mentees that also engaged in various conferences where they would actively share the results of their experience. And so this global cross-mentoring program is very successful, and it was made possible because of a collaboration between our organization and WeSet in Korea, and it is being held simultaneously nationwide despite the COVID pandemic. So over the course of a year or so, we had this kind of a collaboration, and this mentoring program was the first next generation program. It was open to all next generation STEM researchers, female researchers, and students. And we proudly believe that this is the first step to becoming a really successful program that could take root. We think that this kind of a systematic program is vital. And we also have heard of the glass ceiling. Women who are fully qualified are stopped as they go up the ladder because of their background, their gender, or their gender. And it is one that stops and becomes a barrier to women. And the glass ceiling index for Korea is 20 out of 100, which is way below the OECD average. But this is something that we see in the US as well, not only in Korea, but we have these kinds of barriers for Korean American and Asian participants, women in the business sector here in the US as well. About 47% of the IC of the people working in Silicon Valley face this kind of a bamboo ceiling, which is what we call it. But these glass ceilings or bamboo ceilings are invisible, but we need this kind of proactive mentoring and collaboration between the US and Korea in order to break these kinds of ceilings. And with WeSet, we conducted this global cross-mentoring program, and we are entering its third year now. And we are also expanding this with other Korean partners as well. And I believe that this needs support for it to take root. more long-term and systemic sponsorship and support is needed. We know the saying that if we want to go further, we need to go together. And so I think we need to focus on the potential of women. And in order to do that, we need to go together. This kind of a collaborative culture needs to be underscored. Thank you so much.
감사합니다. 김자영 교수님.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. She briefly introduced us to the efforts of her organization as president. Let's move on to Professor Moon from Korea, from KIEP.
유사하게 한국에서
He will be sharing experiences, especially those focused on supporting female professionals, STEM professionals here in Korea. And because the professor has also done similar activities in bilateral ties, I'm sure that there will be insightful, great insights. Yes, hello, I am Subok Moon from KIEP. I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share my insights. Now, I wondered as to what I should speak to you about. Now, Director Kang, who is currently has the lead with regards to various STEM policies, I guessed that he would be covering our policies and what has been done. So I thought about what I should talk about following Director Kang. And so I decided to speak on another aspect. I think perhaps Director Kang is read my mind. And there was mention of expanded cooperation in BrainLink and the support of joint seminars and KIEP NIST GIST collaboration. So these institutional exchanges were mentioned in Mr. Kang's speech, and I also fully agree with what he has underscored. Now, if I focus a bit more on my experience and my personal accounts, I think that would be more helpful to you. Now, when I first came to KIEP, it was 2003. And in 2010, I received tenure, and in 2012, I became full professor of KIEP. And it was the first for a female to become a full professor in the engineering school. I'm currently in the KIEP School of Computing. There are 60 professors, and 7 of which are women. And the chair of our program is also a woman, and it's the first in KIEP. It's been almost 20 years since I came to KIEP, and I think that in the past 2 decades we've made a lot of progress, but nonetheless there still is a glass ceiling in our school. And just as was mentioned by Mr. Freeman, in Google, Qualcomm, Microsoft, we see there are lots of fellowships through programs such as Fulbright. But despite all of that support in the US, in Korea, we still see only a handful of female STEM researchers because of various reasons. And 10 years ago, like I said, I became full professor of my major. But in other areas, in other majors, there are areas where there are no female professors with tenure or who have become full professors. So although the number is going up, we still have a far way to go. And if we focus specifically on the leadership roles, as was mentioned by Professor Kim, WeSet and the US STEM Association and KWSE and other such organizations are providing a lot of mentorship. But if we look at the three majors institutes of research, such as KAST and NAEK and NAMOC, which are the key organizations for research, we see that there are very few women as members of the board or as leaders or senior managers. And so when we look at an organization and we do academic mapping, I think it would be important for us to have maybe co-chairs and make sure that at least one of them is a woman. So these kinds of initiatives, I think, could be very helpful to inclusion. Because I work in computer science, I am involved in the ACM, and the ACM even had a time when they had a fully female executive board. But this is not easy in the Korean academic society. Rarely have women become chairman of these academic societies. And so having a woman as a committee chair, as a co-chair, and providing them with leadership roles, I think, would be very important. Going one step further, if we had this kind of a co-ed system, I think that it would make a lot of change. Now, in national universities of Korea, they now have regulations which give them a starting date from when they need to recruit a quota of females. So they are speeding up their recruitment of female professors. However, other universities, particularly private ones, are quite passive when it comes to this. And because there is a limited pool, they are very reluctant to do this. So I think nurturing is very important, and encouraging the agencies and organizations to do this is very important. So perhaps we could expand this kind of an understanding, starting with our people-to-people exchange. Also, there is a lot of cooperation happening. It's been 18 years since I've come to KAIST. I see a lot of global collaboration. And as was mentioned, most of that collaboration has been done through the BK program, which received NRF funding, which provided Korean students the opportunity to go to the US and make individual collaboration with other students and other communities. But now we have sabbatical support within the NRF, which provides professors and researchers with that kind of support. Because it's a huge commitment, it's not that easy to have this kind of a program. But if we have short-term programs for perhaps 1 or 3 months, it could facilitate a lot more exchange. We could provide, for instance, accommodations and provide basic funding for the short term. And if we had that kind of a short-term program, it would provide foreign researchers with encouragement. It would be a good induction into this kind of a collaboration. I understand it's quite competitive in the US to receive that kind of a grant, but if we did something on our side by facilitating short-term visits, and for instance, we could have a host professor here in Korea, and if such programs did not burden the host professor or the host university, I think it would be very helpful. So my 2 points was to expand female leadership in the STEM field and also to focus on short-term exchange programs. So let's say there's a senior professor in another university. Well, I met with one of them, and that professor mentioned that there is no woman in their program. I asked him why, and he said, the pickings are slim, is what he said. So I said, well, what did you do during the past 50 years? Because you have provided degrees to dozens of females. Lots of women have graduated from your program. Why aren't you recruiting any of them? And I saw in the past 3 years, 3 years after that kind of a dialogue, they were able to recruit two female professors. So not only should we train these women, but also understand the fact that they are burdened because of house chores and child rearing, which is quite unequal. But we have to provide them with motivation to not only to the women, but also the hirers, the people who need to hire these women. Thank you.
문수복 교수님
Thank you very much, Professor Moon. As was mentioned by other speakers, Professor Moon shared with us some of her personal accounts and also gave us some fruitful proposals. There was a mention of mentoring programs, and it was great to hear from two females who have experience with this. Now, to make this panel a bit more diverse, we invited people from the business sector. So last but not least, we will be hearing from CEO Park.
Hi. So I'm happy to be part of this conversation. I don't even know which language I need to use today, because not good at English and surprisingly not good in Korean either. So I don't even know now. So okay, let me try to mingle two languages today. So thank you, interpreter, in advance. 예, 사실 영어로 준비를 했는데.
I was actually going to speak in English because all the other fluent English speakers are actually speaking Korean. So let me just switch back to my native tongue. So what should I talk about today? I did my PhD at MIT, and there were very similar programs, SMART programs, Singapore Alliance for Science and Technology. That's the National Singapore University. There were massive exchange programs in place back then. And I felt that
direction the communication only from Singapore to the United States, MIT. 그러니까 그 NUS 학생들은 굉장히 MIT로 가고 싶어하고 계속 뭔가.
So for example, NSU wanted to go to MIT, but for a person like me who was studying at MIT, was not really motivated to go to Singapore University. So there are a lot of superb research institutes and universities over there in the US, and that's actually how things go. That's really a realistic variable. For example, we have Google campus in Seoul.
그러니까 저는 이런 걸 설명할 필요도 없죠, 사실. 그렇게 talent. 그러니까 이 부분에 대한 설명이 좀 필요할 것 같습니다. 그게 아니면 굉장히
We really need a justification for that, because you will not be able to have the two-way bi-directional exchanges, and it's not going to be fair. But even if we have so many programs that are implemented, they actually end up in fail. It is because of a lack of business logic or misalignment. It is an exchange, but not really an exchange per se. It's one-way exchange in a way, whether it is a corporate research center or university research center. So before I came here, I wanted to organize my thoughts, and I wanted to talk about AI chip, AI hardware, where our company is developing, and I think it really merits a lot of attention. So I'll be talking about two things first of all. It's quite a bold statement that I'm making right now. Many young people, so promising young talented people don't really go to the hardware sector.
6 years ago, only 10 EE students out of 130 ECS students, ECS means electrical engineering computer science, only 10 out of 130 majored in electrical engineering, even 6 years ago. Another 120, the major in computer science, meaning the young blood in United States, such as MIT, like to get involved in the software sector, Facebook, Google, whatever. 그러니까 미국이 굉장히 이제
So again, okay, so I need to either select my language. I cannot go back and forth. So I will be speaking in Korean. And I'm very sorry for doing that. Right. See, the thing is, I'm not really fluent in English, but anyway, so I will switch back to Korean. So there was only 10 people out of 130 people. They wanted to go for double E. So semiconductor area is how can I put it? So I'm not supposed to use English, right? So how can I put it? So many young blood in the States, they're not really gravitating towards hardware industry. But fortunately in Korea, we have big companies like Samsung and SK Hynix. So we have a great ecosystem and great manpower. But AI chip, it's quite different from GPU. It is also requiring a lot of skills in terms of software, not only in terms of hardware. So there has to be a good mix of the two. But fortunately, we have two strong hardware companies, and there's also a strong leadership, software leadership in the US. So we have a business logic that matches. So that really provides a fertile ground for people-to-people exchanges. AI is the largest market ever, especially in the history of CPU. So there are a lot of opportunities in the market to be explored. So Korea is not just looking to the US, and US is not there just to provide aid. There has to be a business logic matching between the two sides, because we have hardware expertise and there's software expertise to be given by the US, and there's a lot of win-win proposition that we can leverage. And I wanted to underscore that point. And of course, there is some support that should be provided by the government side. We do a lot of incubation work in the private sector, and the only thing that we need to discuss is incentives. For example, Google campus came to Korea, but they had to go through, for example, tax-related issues, and there are a lot of relocation issues that we need to address, especially when we're trying to bring people from abroad. And if there are a lot of incentive offerings provided by the government in the beginning, if we can set that straight, that is going to be very attractive. I know I have 5 more minutes, and I want to switch gears. I want to talk about female leadership. My professor at MIT was a female professor, and SpaceX, you would probably think of Elon Musk, but I was one of the team members. There's a CEO, Goin Rena. She's a very great leader. Of course, Elon Musk is a man of multi hats, so he had to operate a lot of companies. But anyway, the COO, who was a female leader, really provided strong leadership. And also, my manager at Morgan Stanley in New York was also a woman. So of course, even in the US, there's that glass ceiling to break. But compared to Korea, it's more advanced. And a big difference between the two countries is, as was mentioned by Professor Moon, there are, for example, certain spots that are available for the socially vulnerable people, not out of the total faculty. But it's about having that diversity, putting these, good mix of men and women coming from different backgrounds. And I hope that we can really expand female leadership from the point of diversity. And I've personally had a very good experience with female leaders. They're very sensitive. So what's male leadership? Is that really a leadership that we want to see in the 21st century? There's a different scope of understanding. For example, it would be better to have working mom working as leaders, especially they would provide a great opportunity, especially for us when we carry out our joint collaboration. So from that angle of diversity, not just for helping these socially vulnerable people, because I'm speaking from my own experience, female leaders are strong. And it's really not relevant to talk about male leadership in the first place in the 21st century. So I was able to finish early because I spoke in Korean. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So we really didn't have a lot of time left for the roundtable. You wrapped it up quite fast, so thank you very much. We will be able to use a couple of more minutes to share our thoughts with one another. You spoke from the company, the business community point of view, and especially you're at the forefront of new technology development. So not just people-to-people exchange from the point of government in the STEM field, but you talked about the importance of the private sector, especially bringing these promising young talent from the two countries. We have to go beyond just people-to-people exchange, but to become mutually complementary partners in terms of helping one another in building our strengths and capabilities. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And you also emphasize the importance of female leadership going forward. Thank you for sharing your expectations for female leadership going forward as well. So thank you.
We have been given time until 10:15. We were supposed to wrap up at 10, but we have been allowed time until 10:15. So this gives us about roughly 15 to 20 minutes to share our views. Now, I'd like to take this time to share your ideas on what has already been said and also any other thoughts that you may have. So in the second round, I actually gave a question to the panelists last night. First is one question that I'd like to pose. Now, there is a lot of S&T innovation, and we are seeing rapid changes, particularly in the policy arena because of the fast speed in which science is being developed, and everyone is now in this competition. So all countries are interested in innovating fast. And do you feel how any changes in cooperation or collaboration, either in your business or in your research? I think that there could be some changes. So I'd like to ask you if you feel any change in cooperation, collaboration because of this fast speed, and if there are any trends that you feel are being realized. And if this is truly a reality that we are now facing, how should we adopt this kind of a change and look forward in our bilateral collaboration? So this is one question I'd like to pose to you. Perhaps you could answer in about 5 minutes each. So first, I'd like to, I think it would be good to go by the schedule, in the order of how you presented. So I'd like to first hand over the mic to Mr. Stambok.
Well, thank you. And I'll start by commenting. First of all, it was great to hear from all the speakers. And I think the focus on the gender equality was spot on. And I say this coming from quantum information science, where we pull from, Sumoon, from computer science. That's a major part we're pulling from in that field. And then electrical engineering, so engineering, and then physics. And these are all areas that have traditionally an issue with attracting and importantly retaining, because we talk about that ceiling, retaining the talent. So I think continuing that conversation is important. And then I can speak from the quantum technology standpoint. We talk about sort of the multidisciplinary natures of the field. quantum touches across many areas. I just mentioned computer science, electrical engineering, physics, but it also pulls from material science, chemistry. But as we're converting from a research and development into the type of industry players we're talking about, now we're bringing in people like marketing, people who do outreach, who think about how to do this transitional technology. And furthermore, because of this move to technology and because the supply chain is so global, one of the big things we found with companies, we talked to them, is that they can't get all the talent they need within country. And it's because the talent is diverse in terms of where the expertise are. So there may be one type of expertise that South Korea has cultivated or another country has cultivated that is not resident in another place. And so finding ways to encourage and support the movement of that talent while going back to what I talked about before, considering how we can be sure to protect the companies and provide a open and free competitive space is critical. Another area that's come out of COVID is, and especially I think this is true probably more in computer science and some of these other areas, is that many companies are finding they don't actually need to move their employees from one country to the other, right? They can have them work remotely. And so thinking about how that plays in. And finally, because we're talking about the multiple engagements for various people, is how do we enable individual to work in teams? And I think part of this is, that's sort of our job, is to give people opportunity as they're going through their education to engage with a wide range of individuals, to give them that perspective so that they can better be prepared to engage in the type of teamwork that is necessary as these technologies evolve. And I'll provide more time for everyone else. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Let's move on. I give the mic to Professor Kim. Yes, well, based on our experience, cooperation and collaboration needs to be done in the long term. We need long-term investment for proper cooperation and collaboration. And to do that, I think that regular meetings between the working level is very important. We need friendship first, and based on that, build policies. And so brainstorming is only possible when there is that kind of a camaraderie. For instance, every 2 months or bi-monthly, and these kinds of meetings, regular meetings, provide you the opportunity to make plans and also to check in as you go down the road. So I think that's very important. Having a banner up and having an MOU and having a signing ceremony and having one-off events don't really do a lot, well, based on my experience at least. So even if it's a small project, it's important for you to make small projects and make them win. And based on the networks that you make through that small project, you should scale up. So I think that kind of process worked for me. Thank you, Professor. In this fast-changing environment, it's important for us to adapt to various policies and changes. But for actual and practical exchange, the importance of rapport, and building trust is very important. That was great insight from Professor Kim. So now I'd like to hand the mic over to Professor Moon also. Do you have any other words to add? Yes, I agree fully with what was just mentioned by Professor Kim. Now, whether it's through the Fulbright program or others, global collaboration and cooperation needs to take place through these kinds of long-standing systems, long-standing agreements. And also the working level professionals need to be able to work in a familiar environment. They need to understand the differences between the organizations, also differences in the budget cycles, And I think it's basically a process of understanding each other. It takes about 3 years at least to do that, to understand each other's cycles. And when you have that, then I think the ball starts rolling. So steadiness and areas of growth, I think, is more important rather than focusing on size to begin with. And also, as was mentioned also by Mr. Stambog from the White House, making an open and competitive pool and teamwork, these are some things that he underscored. And because I am in the computer science area, I see that there are specific focus areas, but also we have, for instance, the hyperscaler data center, and it's about 100 times bigger, 2 magnitude times bigger than the domestic data centers that we have. So because of this difference in scale, it's not easy for businesses to cooperate together one-on-one. So I think it's quite useful to have a school, a university in that mix. So it could be a competitive, it's also not easy to have both a competitive and a collaborative relationship, but I believe that through our bilateral cooperation, we could not only nurture talent, but also in areas such as data center operations and related technologies. I think these are some areas in which we could focus on together. But when it's only businesses involved, it becomes too competitive because of the COI. But if a school enters the mix and perhaps provides support to businesses, I think this could work. I think one of the biggest requests that professors receive is for us to become a bridge to link them to businesses abroad. So that's what Korean businesses are asking us to do. And I think this could be an area for us to collaborate on. Yes, thank you, Professor Moon. She mentioned specifically about the role that universities could play. That was a very good proposal. And in the people-to-people exchange between Korea and university, I think that Korean universities could play quite a big role. For instance, as was mentioned, by facilitating the people-to-people exchanges between businesses in STEM area. So that was a good insight. So last but not least, I'd like to hand the mic over to the Korean side. He's representing the Korean businesses here. So I'd like to hear about what you think we could do, and if you feel any changes in regard to cooperation because of the fast changes we are seeing.
I am Park Sung-hyun from Mobilian. So what should I say? I think I've shared all of my thoughts previously, but let me just take a different angle. So we see a lot of active technology or company-to-company collaboration. We see, especially between the United States and Israel, and also with Taiwan as well. So you cannot really become one with the university, but companies can actually merge, or they can collaborate and partner more effectively because you have an M&A agreement. There's also a lot of merging. M&A is not only about big company just eating up small company, but if you look at the U.S. and Israel, you could have equity acquisition. For example, a split between 51 and 49. It's called a joint venture partnership between the companies in the U.S. and Israel to form a new company. So we see a lot of activities that are taking place in that regards. So based on such platform, there's a very active exchange. But if they're, for example, spread out individually, it really leads to a lot of failure because there are so many reasons that would just lead to failure. But if once you have a merger or joint venture partnerships, and naturally in the process, you would see a lot of interaction between people and also physical resources. So not only in terms of manpower, but also from a capital point of view, just like what they're doing between the U.S. and Israel, and also between Taiwan. U.S. and Korea, if we are able to build upon the partnership, we would be able to have a more active cooperation in the private sector. But the pump priming has to come from the public sector for that private level cooperation. So the initiative actually has to come from the public sector. That is one area that I'm very much focusing on. I don't really have any specific ideas. Maybe tax benefits or incentives that can be offered by the government. So there have to be very strong, attractive offerings, incentives by the government. Then they could become the pump primer to facilitate physical and people-to-people exchanges in the private sector, especially the partnership that we see between the U.S. and Israel. We can benchmark that practice, and we can develop our relationship further. Thank you. So all in all, in session 1, we talked about ways to expand people-to-people exchanges in the STEM factor. Some experiences were shared with us, and also proposals were made. I think this dialogue will go a long way towards improving our competitiveness in the STEM field, and also to further strengthen our alliance relations between the two countries. This roundtable has been put in place to promote people-to-people exchanges between the two countries. And we also heard from the public sector, the government, as to what they're doing and their future plans. But we were able to hear not only from the government, but also from the university and companies and various stakeholders, and how they can engage themselves in people-to-people exchange. So it's all about people, as the word suggests. So from the point of view, we talked about the roles of the public sector and the expectations that we have on them, and the expectations that they have for us. We were going to finish by 10:15, but originally this session was to be finished by 10 o'clock. So, and there are some people that have left the venue due to other schedules, but still, I would like to thank everyone for being with us until the end of this session 1. And I would like to ask Mr. Kang Sang-wook, who's the Director General, who's staying with us for this session. I would like to get his final comments. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, especially experts have spoken a lot from the two sides. Let me say the two things. So when it comes to people-to-people exchange, it's all about culture, system, and there are a lot of differences to be narrowed. So we have to become a very good coordinator in narrowing the differences between the two sides. As was mentioned by Cha-Young Kim, there is a Korean American Science and Technology Society, an association. There are about 5,000 members that are in that association. About active members, about 3,000 of them that are based in the U.S. Centered in LA, USA Korea conference is currently being held, and also our minister is taking part in that event. So in the US, there are a lot of Korean Americans that are working in the industry, academia. They can work or perform their pivotal roles in narrowing the differences between the two countries. And such effort will have to be expanded going forward. And for women's leadership, many people pointed out that it is one of the key challenges that we have to address, especially we have a very strong drive for promoting diversity in the STEM field. Im Hae-suk, our Minister of Science and ICT, has actually become the first female minister for science and ICT in the history of Korea. That is a good representation of changes that we see in diversity in Korea. That the landscape is really evolving and changing, and that is really going to gain a lot of momentum going forward. For that, there's going to be a lot of support provided by the government. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. our discussion was focused on people-to-people exchange, specifically in the STEM field. But I think that we will be followed by a discussion on empowering women. And interestingly enough, our discussions actually overflowed into other areas regarding women's empowerment. Now, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everyone, the speakers, the discussants, and all of our participants for being with us till the end. And I'd like to close with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to our moderator, our speakers, and panelists for the great session. We talked about the people-to-people exchanges in the STEM field in session 1. And after a short break of 15 minutes, we will move on to session 2. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the break, and I will see you at 10:30 sharp. Thank you very much. kindly ask everyone to please take their seats. Once again, in just a few minutes, we will resume with session 2. Please take your seats. Begin, and session 2 is titled Women's Economic Empowerment, as was mentioned before. And to lead us through our second session, we have Ms. Lee Mi-yeon, the Director General of Bilateral Economic Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. So if you're ready, Ms. Chair, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, everybody. As was introduced, my name is Lee Mi-yeon, DG in MOFA. I will start with English just to give a fair share of work for our translators, since all the sessions, the first session was all spoken in Korean. We have 2 speakers in the beginning. The first speaker is Madame Yoo Myung-soon. She's currently a CEO of the Citibank Korea, and she has started in the Citibank since 1987, and it's already 30 years, and she has become the first female CEO in the civil banking sections. Our second speaker is Madame Henrietta Ukwe. She's now the Senior Vice President of Novavax, and she's also working as a Chief Regulator and Quality Officer. She has a very extensive experiences in the medical sectors, working also in Otsuka, PPD, Pfizer, and Merck. Afterwards, we will give also opportunities to other panelists, but I'm going to introduce them later on. Before I pass my mic to the first speaker, I just want to explain a little bit more on what we are doing at our roundtables for the women's economic empowerment. As was mentioned earlier by our Vice Minister Che and also Undersecretary Fernandez, we are about to launch the second phase of our work program on women's economic empowerment. We finished successfully on our first programs that was launched first in 2019, and this time we want to focus more on the STEM areas and also enriching women entrepreneurship for our second phase. So this roundtable that we have organized for the third time is trying to listen to a lot of new advices, proposals, and suggestions from the private sector and from the government sector to have more rich projects. As was mentioned earlier at the first session, there were proposals that people-to-people exchanges have to be persistent and long-term, and we have to start from the small projects, but have to be continuous. So on that suggestions, we would like to hear the personal experiences and also good proposals that we, as a government officers, can take home and build up on that basis. So now I would like to turn to Madame Yu Myung-soon, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Korea Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the U.S. Department of State, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry for hosting such a meaningful event. I'm honored and delighted to join all of you today to share my thoughts on women's economic empowerment. Let me try to share my presentation on the screen. Okay, I think today's topic is important and more timely as we are coping with the COVID pandemic now. Recent researches provide data of the economic effects of the pandemic, clearly showing that situation for everyone has worsened across the globe for both men and women. More importantly, researches also show that COVID-19 has significantly compounded the economic disadvantages women face due to social norms impacting women's economic opportunities and increasing burden of unpaid care work. To give a sense of the situation by sharing some more statistics, in UK alone, on average, women had 45% lower likelihood of having earned income over the COVID pandemic and had 45% lower likelihood of being employed or self-employed compared to men. Moreover, according to the forecast by the International Labor Organization, women's employment levels are likely to recover more slowly. Korea is not an exception. According to the Federation of the Korea Trade Unions, the pandemic disproportionately impacted women more than men in terms of the participation of the economic activities and employment rate. The participation rate in economic activities dropped 23.9% in men, while 25.7% in women as of 2020, while the employment rate reduced 26.3% and 27.1% in the male and the female population, respectively. These statistics overall clearly demonstrate that the COVID pandemic has put a significant setback on women's economic empowerment. We acknowledge that it'll take sound public policies, a holistic approach, and long-term commitment from all stakeholders of the society to instill profound economic empowerment of women. But I especially believe that actions and voices from private corporates can make differences by influencing their workplace, customers, employees, suppliers, schools, and the society we live in. So today I would like to focus on what companies like Citi can do to change business culture and practice to improve workplace diversity and empower women, which ultimately contributes to business success. I would like to share some experience that worked well at Citi as a responsible business and employer. First, sustained and successful efforts in improving diversity require commitment and active engagement of the company CEO, which means voice from the top. Citi has installed a culture of diversity as it has run business around the world as a global financial institution over 200 years. In line with the global commitment, Citibank Korea formed the Diversity Committee and Women's Council as internal bodies to implement various activities for gender equality and inclusive HR policies. These committees establish systematic programs to develop female leadership, which has laid the foundation for me to become the CEO of this commercial bank in Korea. Second, Citi offers internal training and mentorship for women to develop skills and sponsorship for advancement. Citi runs various women leadership programs to support the development of female talents throughout their career progress phases. Third, it is important to establish measures of impact and targets to monitor progress on increasing gender diversity and hold managers accountable for achieving the targets. At Citi Korea, female representation ratio at the executive level reaches 47%, I think, which is the highest among the Korean companies, with 7 out of 15 executive officers being female. Moreover, female managers in Citi Korea are represented across all business, including sales, finance, client service, risk, and markets. For the past 3 years, the gender ratio of the bank's new hires was maintained at 50-50 on average, based on the goal to provide equal opportunity for diverse talents. Fourth, companies need to offer family-friendly HR policies, including maternity, paternity leave, and flexible work options. Citi Korea was the first local bank to grant up to 4 weeks of paternity leave. This was to promote engagement of male workers in childbirth and childcare, and ultimately support females' activity in the society. In addition, Citi Korea further expanded flexible work, which includes flex time, remote work, and as you might share, to respond to COVID work environment, we also offer a work from home option. And today, around 45% of employees are working from home. Fifth, Citi organizes and funds socially responsible activities that empower women. Citi globally has supported Resilient Future program of International Rescue Committee, a long-standing Citi Foundation partner with focus on building business resilience in the wake of the pandemic. The program has provided targeted support to build vulnerable young people's skills, grow their network, provide capital support, and proactively engage with the local community, helping young people to weather the global economic crisis and emerge more resilient contributions to their local economies and communities. In continuation of this activity, Citi Korea also has been actively engaged in initiatives for the career development of female youth. Ewha City Global Finance Academy is an industry academia cooperation program that has been conducted in partnership with Ewha Women's University since 2001, one of the long-lasting activities in Korea. Shining Future program, another one, is an education program in partnership with JA Korea that is designed to support the female students attending vocational high schools and female university students prepare for future career. Another long-standing activity is the Korea Women's Leadership Award, held in cooperation with the National WCA of Korea since 2003. We recognize female leaders who played active roles in a variety of areas, and so far, 46 female leaders have been identified and recognized. So as I close, I believe there is no question or doubt that women's economic empowerment is a prerequisite for sustainable growth and development of the economy. And the empowerment can only be enhanced by concerted commitments from governments, private sector corporates, and the international community. I'm confident that the ROK-US Joint Economic Forum will play an important role in improving women's economic empowerment in Korea and US. I hope today's discussion will provide an insight to everyone about the crucial need to improve the current status of the women's economic empowerment. And I hope we can together take a lead to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Now I will turn to Ms. Henrietta Ukwe from Novavax, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Myung-soo, for your excellent presentation and helping to set the stage and the tone for this, for the rest of this engagement this evening. And thank you very much to all the organizers from South Korea and the United States for this very important joint effort to project the need and what it is that is undergoing at the moment and ongoing to foster and drive women's economic empowerment. I have a few slides to help both introduce what women have done at Novavax and continue to do at Novavax, and what we can all do collectively to continue to drive the need to support, engage, and empower women, because they are one of the strong forces of driving economic sustainability for any country, any activity, any institution, and the world at large. So if I could have the first slide, please. So this slide is actually a brief introduction of my leadership journey and career in pharmaceutical medicine within pharmaceutical industries. And as you can see from this slide and the introduction, I am Senior Vice President and Chief Regulatory Officer at Novavax from January of this year, and have held similar roles and positions in many of the reputable pharmaceutical companies here in the United States. I'm a physician by training and infectious diseases expert, and I started my career at Merck and spent 12 years at Merck in senior leadership positions, and then at Pfizer. Pfizer acquired Wyeth, and at PPD, then at Otsuka, a Japan-owned, wholly owned company, and then now at Novavax. And in my career, I've also authored textbooks that are, and books in leadership, as well as in global regulatory that actually project the profession. And I highlight these because I think these give examples of women's leadership and roles, and also provide a level of motivation and inspiration to women around the world that we really can help drive and lead and project success for our various industries and our various opportunities. If I could have the next slide, please. So let me spend some time on introducing Novavax. Novavax is a biotechnology company dedicated to discovery, development, and commercialization of next-generation vaccines that prevent serious infectious diseases. And at the emergence of COVID-19 in 2020, Novavax was one of the companies that stepped up to the challenge of driving solution for this pandemic and embraced the need to work on COVID-19 vaccines. We are in the throes of it at the moment. We have filed the application around many stringent regulatory authorities around the world, and the quest for the solution for this pandemic continues. So we never rest our quest to protect the health of people everywhere. So Novavax is one of those companies that has embraced the challenge to find a solution for this pandemic. And Novavax has given many opportunities to many women, and we'll be talking about it both at the executive level, senior leadership levels, and across the companies, across the company on many levels and roles and responsibilities. Next slide, please. This is an example of the global footprint of Novavax. So we are present in many areas of the world, both in North America, in Europe, in Australia, and in East Asia. We also partner very strongly with our Asian colleagues, with South Korea Biosciences, both as a licensee for our product, for the COVID-19 vaccine, as well as a contract manufacturer for the vaccine. Next slide, please. On this slide, we actually showcase 3 of the many women that worked in discovery to discover and help develop the COVID-19 vaccine for Novavax. So we are very proud of their efforts. They continue to work very hard as we drive towards the regulatory review and authorization for use of this vaccine. The activities of discovery, development, manufacturing, and commercialization of any product, and certainly vaccines, is not a mean effort. It is a very, very high pressured environment. It's an environment of high competition, an environment of intense scientific engagement and knowledge, as well as high quality, to ensure the high quality of the product from its inception all the way to delivery and deployment of the product. So we're very proud of the team members across the world that help to bring solutions to diseases, and especially very, very proud of the women that we have in the workforce at Novavax and in the workforce around the world. Next slide, please. So how can we further serve as champions for women? What can we do to continue to foster both the recognition of women as well as their empowerment to harness the skills that they have and optimally leverage the contributions that they make in the workplace? On a first note, we want to ensure that they recognize their authentic selves, that they recognize their self-esteem and what it is that they bring to the table, that they recognize that we all are building blocks to that ultimate goal. I say to my teams, we're all leaders and we're also all followers. And in that leadership, you don't have to have a big title, because any task requires effective leadership to follow up and follow through, create solutions, and achieve results. We have to continue to innovate. We have to continue to learn, flex, and adapt, become game changers as well as change makers. So these are the types of engagements and information as well as mentoring that we all have to collectively drive towards and communicate to our fellow women, both leaders as well as team members. On a second note, we also need to advocate for them. And this is where I enjoy the statistics that Madam Yoon provided in her presentation and the gender distribution in her company. We have a similar situation. I don't have the statistics on these slides. And we just recently, about 3 weeks ago, had a global women's leadership network engagement face-to-face. We have been limited in those kinds of opportunities with the COVID pandemic. However, we found this opportunity and it was extremely invigorating and provided the opportunity for networking and for many of us to frankly see some of our team members face-to-face in a manner that we hadn't for almost about 2 years now with the COVID pandemic. And in that engagement, we highlighted the need to also have our men or male colleagues become champions for more women in the workplace. They already are in that position. They're already sitting in a level of majority or higher proportion, and they understand the challenges and the opportunities of advancement. So there is that opportunity for all of us to advocate for women within the workplace and to empower women. Finally, leadership. We all have to lead by example, and I think it's important that the organizations have women representation, because when we see more of ourselves, we get encouraged and motivated. And for those of us that are in these strong leadership positions, to lead by example and demonstrate how things should be done, as well as what is needed to be changed. So if I could go to the next slide, please. I think basically, to wrap up, we also communicate to our fellow women the need to drive excellence in performance. Nothing comes easy and nothing comes for free. We have to demonstrate that we can handle the responsibilities that we're given, and we should also take on and be ready to lead challenging projects. Because in these types of opportunities, we gain visibility, our voices, our credible voices are heard, and we can demonstrate how much value we add to the organizations. I think it's also very, very important to have and find good mentors. And Madam Yoon highlighted that in her presentation, and I'd like to emphasize that it is important because many of us stand on the shoulders of giants that have gone before us. And creating the pathway and handing the baton and the torch to others is a very important way to sustain the empowerment of women and the economic empowerment of women in general. So with this, I'd like to say a big thank you for the opportunity to speak at this session, and certainly happy to take any questions when we get to the panel of questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Ukwe, for your presentations. Actually, last July, I had the opportunity to visit Novavax's headquarters in Washington, and I also had the privilege of meeting all those scientists there, and I personally felt the energies and devotions that they have shown. So thank you very much again. Now I would like to turn to our panelists. First, I want to introduce them. First is Madame Eliane Fiolet from Uber Gizmo. She works in the consumer tech media channels. She's the co-founder of Uber Gizmo and also the editor. Thank you very much for having you with us. The next panelist is Madame Kim Yeon-ji from IT. She's personally with us today. She started as a developer of the Hanmail, and she has a career in the IT industry. Another panelist is Madame Kim Eun-jin. She's also with us today. She's also a co-founder of Cosmetic International. She has worked previously in McKinsey Company as a consultant and also CJO Shopping. And she has been trying to nurture women leaders by mentoring and coaching. And also we have, finally, the panelist, Madame Bita Ede. She is a senior policy advisor in the Department of State, US, and she has been engaged in creating global development for women's initiatives. So now I would like to give a floor first to our first panelist, Madame Eliane Fiolet, and specifically, since we have discussed on women scientists and also women expertise on the STEM areas, I would like to ask her why women's economic empowerment is important and what can we do to develop especially women STEM expertise and what would be the suggestions for the private sectors and also for the government sectors to nurture those women STEM experts. So floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Happy to be here with you and to share our idea about women economic empowerment. As the co-founder of Uber Gizmo, as a US media focused on consumer technology, I can share some of my experience and what I have seen in Silicon Valley and the tech industry at large. To answer why we need more women in science, technology, engineering, and math fields, also known as STEM, I have researched the current status of female representation in STEM and technology entrepreneurship in the United States. Unfortunately, since the 90s, STEM industries have experienced growth at a faster rate than any other industry. But during that same period, the percentage of computer occupation held by women declined from its 36% high in 1991. So despite years of private and public sectors' efforts to increase diversity, the gender gap is still pervasive in most STEM occupation types. In the United States, the gap is even more significant for women of color and minorities. In 2015, women made up almost half of the workforce, but only 25% of computers jobs. White and Asian women made up 16% and 5% of that number respectively. Black and Hispanic women accounted only for 3% and 1% respectively. Men make up a large majority of all STEM students in higher education. The women who start STEM career face discrimination and leave the technology field at higher at higher rates than men. When it comes to technology entrepreneurship, the gender gap is even wider. In 2021, female-founded startups raised only 2.1% of US venture capital investment. Female-founded startups represent only between 1.7% and 2.8% of the annual VC capital raised in the US since 2008. In 2019, 65% of US venture capital firms still do not have a single female partner. A 2019 report by female founders showed that women account for 15% of partners at VC firms in Canada and only 13% in the US. There is still a scarcity of women in top executive positions across all industries. In 2021, there are only 8.1% of CEOs and 10.9% of senior executives at Fortune 500. Technology and engineering are among the top skills employers are looking for and offer high-paying jobs. There is some here, something. There is some noise. I'm sorry. There is okay. So I've seen a message that there is some noise. Sorry. STEM occupations are projected to grow faster. I'm sorry, there is a message that there is noise. It's something sound, please get rid of it. Are you messaging me? Okay, so I'm sorry, I have a message from the Secretariat that says you have some noise?
No, we can hear fine.
Okay, so because they keep sending me a message that they hear some noise, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, I'll continue the presentation. Okay, some STEM occupations are projected to grow over 2 times faster than the total for all jobs in the next decade. Software development and cybersecurity will be the fastest growing categories. The shortage of tech workers is becoming a bigger problem, specifically since the beginning of the pandemic. According to consulting firm Korn Ferry, the US could lose about $162 billion annually in the next decade if the technology industry does not find more high-tech workers. There is a significant economic opportunity to attract more women to high-tech positions and help them develop technology startups. So multiple studies conducted by McKinsey, the Peter Institute for International Economics, and the BCG have demonstrated that the presence of women in corporate leadership correlates with above average profitability and has a positive impact on innovation. The lack of diversity has a negative impact on technology products. For example, too often artificial intelligence applications acquire gender and racial bias. We have had multiple examples of that from the Google, Microsoft, and so on. To increase female representation in STEM and VC-funded tech startups, we need to promote STEM and computer science education to women and offer support. To ensure women are promoted and have access to leadership positions at similar rates as men, companies need to offer support networks, leadership training, and mentorship programs. So you have talked about that extensively in the previous presentation. Offering paid maternity and paternity leaves will retain female talents and reduce turnover costs. So you also have talked about that. For example, in the Silicon Valley, when Google increased paid maternity leave, the rate at which new mothers left the company dropped by 50%. The tech giant calculated that turnover was more costly than retaining their skilled female employees by increasing paid parental leaves. Also, changing the hiring and the pitching processes are two avenues we could explore to recruit more women in STEM and fund more female-led startups. And that's it. And I will be happy to share more ideas with the other panelists about what we could do to empower women. Sorry about the noise and the interruption.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I think Madame Eliane Violette has raised a very important issues. STEM is nurturing women STEM experts are important because they are the future jobs. And if women cannot follow, it's going to be very difficult for women to have economic empowerment. But also in the trends of these digitalizations and the development of those STEM areas, diversity and women's perspectives are very important in order to have a wholesome and healthy development of those areas such as AI and cybersecurities. So now I would like to turn to two panelists who are with us today, actually because they are one person is from IT, another person is from startup businesses. They are rare species in Korea. So I'd like to ask them for their personal experiences. First, I would like to ask first to Ms. Kim Yeonji.
Hello, I am Kim Yeonji. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation. I'm working in an IT service company, and I have a long career as a programmer. And so I will be sharing my personal experiences working in IT. Now, we talk a lot about entrepreneurship, and I think the focus of entrepreneurship is challenge. But you need to have small successes in order for you to feel like rising to the challenge. And only then will you be able to accept small failures and make that your own and get up when you are down again. So rising to that challenge is also confidence, I believe. So I believe that the professionalism within STEM is something that women can build upon because they have that kind of a confidence. And so if you try, if you rise to the challenge, you can learn something, and it can always serve as a lesson for the future. And in the IT sector, it's quite easy for you to do this because there are many small failures that you experience. And I think that's why we have lots of potential here. Now, in the year 2000, I first started my career as a developer at Hanmail. And now people all around the country would use my services if I succeeded. And that became an asset to me. And working as a developer, I don't remember being discriminated that much because I was a woman. Because the result of your programming speak for themselves. That's what I believe. And also, developers work independently, which enables you to have a lot of mobility, allowing you to perhaps move to foreign companies or foreign countries as well. Unfortunately, we do find very few females working in this area as developers. When I was in university, I think that there was only about 10% of women in our school as students. And currently in my sector, I don't think that there are more than 20 or 30% of women in the entire workforce. So I thought about why that was. I think it's because there is kind of a bias or maybe even a fantasy about what developers do. Just as there are very few genius artists, there are very few programmers that are born with the skill. If you receive the correct training, you can always get better and become more skilled. And so I want to encourage many women to not fear this area and try it out, because you can do it. Also, we use programming language, but in essence, it is also another kind of language, which means that you need to know two languages and serve as an intermediary. So program language is a language that helps people talk to machines and vice versa. So I think that developers are kind of like interpreters or translators that bridge people and machines or IT. And so it's very important for you to think of your developing work in that kind of a manner. And I think that's why it's an area that women can excel in. So when I tell people this story, I think many people agree with me. But I think that some women may feel it quite unfamiliar. And so that's why I came here to share this unique perspective. Also, growing up, we go through many phases. And through the phases of growing up, I think it's very important for girls and young women to be exposed to the STEM field so that they can think of it as an accessible area, that they can find a job there as easily as they can in other fields. And I think exposing them through various opportunities will be very important. I mentioned this earlier, that I did not feel any harsh discrimination as a developer. But I think this comes not only because I worked in programming, but because I had a good corporate culture. Like I said, the first nationwide email service was Hanmail, and I was involved in programming that. And so I worked in that company that provided that nationwide service. And so the IT industry was in its infancy, and the people that were working with me started their careers. It was their first job there. So they were young people who had a dream to change the society, make it a better place by providing them with better experiences. And so with that dream, they were working, and because of that, they didn't have any past experience about how a Korean company should work. They didn't have that past legacy. So discrimination and irrationality were shunned within that company. They were very gender sensitive and had a clear mind with regards to equity. And so I think that the early members of that company were very important. And I think it also had a positive effect on the second followers that jumped into the IT industry. Now, the company where I work right now, we have a nursery. We also have paternal leave, 10-day paid family care leave, also a 90-day family care furlough. We also have shorter working hours and flexible time, so you can come and go as you want. We also give leave for those who need to go to have prenatal diagnosis, or if your spouse needs to go to get that kind of a prenatal service. Also, we have leave provided for not only for childbirth, but also miscarriage and stillbirth, and this goes to the other spouse as well. Also, if you are having fertility issues, you can also get leave as well. We encourage paternal leave, and it's not weird for a man to go on parental leave. And I think that IT companies working in Korea have this kind of a similar culture. So if you have a culture in place, then the systems will fall in place. And if you have that system, I think this sends out a message that further on strengthens the culture that you have. And if you have that kind of an environment, it can be a great motivation. So having a good corporate culture, having a good job, and sharing success stories of women working like this, I think these should be shared to motivate others. And so I really want to do this, and also I encourage others to take the leadership in spreading these kinds of good cases. I hope that this can help other women to be encouraged to jump into not only our industry, but also abroad as well. And I really look forward to the meta platform that we will see. With that, I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentations and for sharing your personal experiences. Especially, she emphasized on developing and nurturing the corporate culture that welcomes young women, talented STEM experts, and how to build a virtual cycle of a good culture of diversity and gender balance. Now I would like to turn to another panelist who is with us, another Ms. Kim. She is now is the co-founder of a startup company. So I think she has different experiences that she can share. Thank you.
안녕하십니까.
Hello, I am Kim Eun-jin. Nice to meet you. We've been talking a lot about STEM, but based on stem cell technologies. I have launched recently a premier skincare brand and started up my own company. So my career began with McKinsey & Company for quite a long time, and I also worked as the first ever executive at CJ Home Shopping. So I was quoted quite a lot in newspapers as well. I was actually the first person that was recruited by Samsung Electronics companies through the public recruitment process. So I've been having those titles with me. And in my 50s as well, I probably would be quoted as a first woman entrepreneur who's started their business in their 50s. So about 5 years ago, together with other colleagues, female colleagues, we began education and consulting business, a venture firm. And based on my experience, I looked at SMEs and many companies, and I was providing mentoring and consulting services to them and wanted to take on the challenge myself, and I was able to work up that courage. And at CJO Shopping, I finished my career as an executive over there, and there were a lot of business proposals that were put forward for me, but I think there's a lot of hindrance factors. There's a fear of failure among female entrepreneurs, and also the prejudice, a social prejudice, maybe just to a certain extent, but there's that negative view that is placed by society on women entrepreneurs. So they want to seek safer jobs, especially the competent, capable workers, female workers. They want to go for a big company, and they just want to find themselves safely settled there. And at the end of last year, there was a report that was published by MasterCard. They have what is called the Women's Entrepreneur Index. They surveyed 58 countries in the world, and Korea was number 38, so quite low in that ranking in terms of women's entrepreneurship. Out of the total female population, that's a share of female entrepreneurs. In 2013, the ratio for Korea was 4%, but it has increased to 11% now. So what that tells us that out of the working women population, entrepreneurs, the share of entrepreneurs is actually increasing. So we have more female entrepreneurs out there, so which is quite encouraging. So in terms of society, or ASEAN Foundation and various startup mentoring programs are provided by large companies in Korea. I also provided mentor service myself. For example, public organizations, social organizations, or company-led organizations. There are a lot of support programs that are available for female entrepreneurs. There's, for example, a startup competition. Spaces are rented out. They provide support for childcare and also for female entrepreneurs. Coaching, mentoring programs are also operated. And also CEO course, development course is available to female entrepreneurs. But none of them does not seem to create a lot of impact in my view. It is because of lack of publicity effort. So it's not known. So unless you really seek the type of programs that are available, you will not be able to find out those programs that are out there. And there are a lot of subsidized programs. They're free of charge. So I think there's a lot of skepticism among female entrepreneurs as to the quality of the services that they would be able to receive. So it's free, so can it really be good? That's what they're thinking. And also to get the service, you have to put in a lot of paperwork, and you have to really go through a mandatory process, a procedure that's really complex in many ways. So people give up in the process easily. In the previous session, we talked about the need to focus on impact-oriented programs. And I really agree with that point. We should have a lot of smaller scale programs that could create a lot of impact. So how can we work to promote female entrepreneurship, and what programs should we provide? Regardless of the discrimination, especially in the corporate culture, we need to have flex security, employment security, and also deregulation. That's a lot of bottlenecks that people point out. For example, I had a chance to talk to one of the French entrepreneurs who wanted to bring his business to Korea, but the certification process or procedure in Korea is very complicated and very burdensome, as he or she pointed out. And also, whenever I have an interview with SME owners, they have a lot of fear, and they see a lot of issues in terms of recruitment and hiring. So if you have a good idea, business proposal, that would lead to innovation, even so, how are you going to bring that to the market? The process to get there, it's so complicated, and a lot of women entrepreneurs feel that they cannot go through the process, so they give up. I come from a large company background. I enjoyed massive infrastructure provided by the company. We learned from Kakao case and also the Citibank. Even if you had the right enabling support program and also the female mentoring programs there, once you step outside that boundary, for example, when you're trying to set up your own firm, especially from the SME's point of view, the females, there's really not that much access provided to them. We talk a lot about digital transformation and ESG-driven management, and also metabus. These are the new keywords in business management. So there are a lot of opportunities for innovation, not only for the existing legacy companies, but also for newcomers in the market. But is there really a full access? The access is open only to just a limited number of people. So education, networking are critical. We have to arrange that for females. Another point I want to underscore is, for example, those women who are working at large companies or SMEs for more than 15 years, they're having that sense of insecurity. And I think in about 5 to 10 years, there will be a lot of career disruption among women, I think. And based on my previous experience of mentoring them, and they had that strong fear of failure. And there's also that lack of challenge, the spirit of challenge. In other words, starting something new. But we have competent female workers, and we have those up and running, active workers out there. But their careers are disrupted for various reasons, and we have to prevent that. And we have to continue to support them so that they can take on challenge and they can become the entrepreneurs so that they can contribute to society as well as nation in building its competitiveness. What can the government do? What can the public sector do? And if we can really come together in finding a solution, we can really deliver massive impact. When it comes to the growth of a company, of course, you need to have good entrepreneurs, especially the SMEs, those smaller firms that are set up by females, that can lead by example. There are a lot of females out there who want to do exactly that. So let's give them education and networking opportunities. And if we can really deliver that, I think we will see a multitude of female entrepreneurs in the Korean society. And I'm so happy to be part of this dialogue. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So we had a panelist previously, Violette. She said about the startup companies and also the venture capital process, the pitching process. She talked about the possibility of a woman being discriminated against in that process. Also, there's that career disruption issues, SMEs or large companies. Also, in the process of starting up your own shop, there are administrative burden that you would need to undertake or address. So that was a point by our panelists. We're going to hear from Bita Edhei, a Special Assistant to the Undersecretary for Economic Growth from the DOS. We would like to get your view on the policies that are available by your government.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to be here and to speak this evening and morning. This is, I think, one of the perhaps silver linings of what we've been going through the pandemic this past almost 2 years of we're all able to connect from wherever we are. It has been truly inspiring and amazing to hear not just the comments from the great female leaders on this panel, but also the first panel that having not just females, but males within the STEM sectors recognizing the importance of more diversity and gender balance in these fields. So this is an issue very key and important to the Biden-Harris administration. It is something they have taken a very intentional and strong step forward, where on October 22nd of this year, just a little over a month ago, the administration issued the U.S.'s first ever national gender strategy that is aimed to advance the empowerment of women, girls, and LGBTQ plus persons in all their diversities in the United States and around the world. This action has essentially formalized and strongly embedded and now in the process of integrating gender equality and empowerment in the policy work of the U.S. government. And coming from the U.S. State Department, I'm proud to say we are looking at this from the lens of foreign policy and how we integrate it. So just one thing I wanted to highlight as part of this gender strategy is the gender strategy consists of 10 interconnected priorities. I won't burden you with the list of all 10, but there were 3 I wanted to bring to your attention. One of them being economic security, and the second, equal opportunity and equity in education, and the third being addressing gender gaps within STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I raised these 3 of the 10 because I think they're all interconnected. And as we look to this discussion, not just calling it women's empowerment, but women's economic empowerment, one thing we've highlighted is that economic prosperity and growth for any nation, any community, any region will hinder on our ability to be inclusive of all its members, regardless of their background. And so we cannot achieve full economic security if we're not thinking of gender equality. We cannot achieve gender equality if we're not thinking of how it is in our educational systems and if there's equity. And as we've mentioned here, STEM is an area where there has always traditionally been a gender gap. And this has a place near to my heart because I'm an engineer by practice. And so to be able to bring that technical background into the work and try to utilize policy to advance this issue is just really just that much more rewarding. I do want to take a moment also to speak about the great collaboration between the Republic of Korea and the United States on this issue, as highlighted by Director General earlier this evening, and the Undersecretary for Economics, Energy, and Environment. The U.S. is looking to, the U.S. and the ROK are looking to endorse their second iteration of the Women's Economic Empowerment Action Plan. And I'm really proud to say the first action plan that was announced in 2019 has enabled us to really bring together the public and private sector in a way that we have not intentionally been able to do thus far. The outcomes of that first action plan have enabled us to bring together several rounds of government-to-government conversations on this issue, but also have business roundtables where the private sectors from the U.S. and the Republic of Korea are speaking to each other. And in the past, they were speaking forward, but not necessarily to each other, or had that opportunity to have that direct and intimate conversation. And as a result of that type of interaction, what we saw was a great interest to share best practices, especially as we're looking at workforce development and workplace policies. So this is something we look to continue. We've also realized from those conversations that STEM keeps coming up. So not only is there an economic opportunity in the STEM field that we know that's coming through cybersecurity and AI and these wonderful technologies and innovations, but there's an interest within those interested in gender equality empowerment to pursue in that career as well, in that sector as well. So as an outcome of that kind of focus and natural attention that has come to it, the U.S. and Korea work together on this commercial and private sector collaboration of coordination of bringing companies together, but also policy advocacy, coordinated policy advocacy. Over the past years, we've had a number of events, but one of them being the U.S. ROK Japan Trilateral Women in STEM Leadership Conference that was hosted. And then just this October at the OECD Ministerial, we were very proud to see that two of the major side events, one hosted by Korea, one hosted by the United States, we're addressing STEM, and in a piece of them, looking at the gender gap, the digital gender gap that is on the issue. Just further speaking to our coordinated efforts on this. And as we look forward and this new iteration of the action plan, we are excited to see it focused on STEM. We see that as an opportunity. We see we need to do more here. We hope to continue to see opportunities as the public sector to do policy advocacy together in multilateral forums such as APEC, and working together to see how we can embrace the APEC Women in STEM principles, but also to identify ways that we can support via training, as we've highlighted throughout these two panels, training at opportunities for women and growth. Finally, as the U.S., we are very excited to also bring to the table, work with the private sector and seeing how we can engage private sector from both sides and work with the Republic of Korea on this. Through our POWER initiative, which stands for Providing Opportunities for Women's Economic Rise, the State Department will be supporting a Women Accelerators program that would be supported through our U.S. embassies in Seoul and in Tokyo. So a trilateral effort again. And one thing I just wanted to highlight as kind of reflecting on what we have been discussing today is that I couldn't agree more with this notion of fear that sometimes women have in being entrepreneurs or being engineers or scientists. And as much as we can speak to that and say it is normal, it is natural, but it should be overcome, it should not hinder you, I think we need to do that and send that message. One of the unique aspects of the POWER initiative through the State Department is that it also looks to see how we can bring in the private sector. And this goes to a point made just before my opportunity to speak about there's a lot of things out there and a lot of opportunities and trainings available that are even free, but there is a challenge in getting that information out and so women can utilize it, or there's hesitancy as to whether this is really a real training or worth their time. And it's in that through the POWER initiative, we want to work with the private sector because we know they have these resources in addition to many other things, to highlight those. And as the US government and our partners, to be able to stand behind these programs and say, yes, here's information about them. They are real, they are useful, and hopefully to overcome those stereotypes or those hesitations that might exist, because it is really an opportunity lost. And finally, I'm just going to go back to one other point of the importance of male colleagues being champions. As an engineer and also as an individual who worked as a co-founder myself of a startup company and working in this field, it is so important. It is a male-dominated field, and it is so important to have your male colleagues be champions as well, because we will always face that challenge of those stereotypes and those social and cultural barriers. And it is only through male champions alongside with us, as well as our female champions and leaders, to be able to really speak to and break down those barriers. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you everyone for their leadership and advocacy on this issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanations, and especially elaborating on our action plan that we are going to endorse tomorrow. Specifically, within our action plan, one of the areas that we are trying to pursue is public-private collaborations. And in order to strengthen our public-private collaborations, we need a lot of feedbacks from the private sectors and business associations, how the government can be a partner to the private sectors, and also women entrepreneurs to develop the networkings, also measures that we can also share or develop, and also promote best practices among the women entrepreneurs. And also, Professor Kim Jae-young from the first session emphasized that if we want to go faster, we go alone, but if we want to go farther, we have to go together. It not only applies to women themselves, but also we need to go with men in a very gender balanced and diverse environment. So thank you very much for the panelists for your inputs. I would like to go back to our first two speakers. After listening to different experiences and and also new suggestions, I want to go back and ask Madame Yu first on your comments and also any further thoughts.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity again. I think we've achieved a lot. Our seniors, our mothers achieved a lot already, but however, there's more work to do. And I think including the STEM area, even the financial industry area, I think we'll have to continue to work together, as you said, to go further and make a deep and profound impact. We'll have to all work together, and we'll have to strive to lead with the following junior females to make a difference in the future. Thank you.
Now I will turn to Madame Ukwe. From the Novavax, also there was comments that culture, corporate culture is very important, and especially Novavax is also leading on that side. Please, can you make any further comments?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, culture is very important. And the culture at Novavax is a culture that fosters engagement, fosters advancement, and fosters gender equality and diversity and inclusion. And I think these are all facets that drive that empowerment that we're talking about. But I'd also like to highlight that many of the efforts that we've all talked about across the panels tonight and this morning really begin from the beginning. I think it's important to identify the women early in life and education, and also think about what are we doing to ensure that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are actually driven as areas of interest to young females, so that they actually find those as career paths, while also thinking about what to do at the tail end, which is when they've already attained that profession, and continue to help provide those opportunities of both growth, both horizontally and vertically for them in these environments. So I'd like to make sure that we think about the earlier stages of education, as well as the latter stages of the professional satisfaction or gratification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to ask Madame Eliane Violet one more question. If she elaborated on the different statistics and figures on the current status of women empowerment areas. And I always believe that it is very important to gather gender-based or gender disaggregated statistics in order to identify where the problem lies and what we should do and what is the current trend. Especially, she mentioned about the importance of pitching in the venture capital areas. So I would like to ask her suggestions or proposals to the government, and also not only to the U.S., but after listening to the barriers and also a lot of difficulties that women entrepreneurs in Korea face. Any suggestions for the government, to the governments for our future projects or programs? Please.
For the pitching process, actually a few VC firms, they started to get rid of the traditional, slide deck presentation in front of mostly male investors, and switch to more anonymous pitch process, that data driven. So because usually we know that when a woman is alone in front of investors, any gender actually tend to rely on people who are similar to them, and they put their bias or unconscious bias when they see a in-person presentation with a slide deck. So they found that when they use an anonymous process only driven by data from the potential businesses, female were more likely to be funded. So that's one of what happened. Another VC firm partnered with the Founder Institute, and the Founder Institute actually worked for 14 weeks with female-led startups, and then they actually made the selection based on 14 weeks of work on the business, not just on the slide deck presentation. That's two examples I have on top of my head. And so government could develop some guidelines based on studies on what type of pitching process works better. Actually, anonymization also work in other industries, such that the classical music industry, where they started to put a curtain in front of the candidates, so the judges couldn't see the gender of the race of the person competing for jobs at philharmonic orchestras, and it worked. Actually, they recruited more women that way. So it's the same idea. When it comes also to push more funding toward women entrepreneurs, maybe you could set up public and private fund dedicated to diversity and gender diversity. So one example I have on top of my mind is Untitled Capital actually started a diversity fund a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago, of 125 million. And so they select startups with at least one woman or one minority person as the funding team. So that's my my key highlights on this topic.
Thank you very much. Given the time constraint, I'm very sorry to have to conclude our second sessions right now. Working as a government official, I cannot really imagine the difficulties and challenges that our women entrepreneurs have to go through, and I just wish all the success also in the futures for our speakers and also for our panelists. And as a government side, I will work very closely, of course, with BITA to build up our networks among women entrepreneurs and government officials for the future generations too. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Ms. Moderator, as well as our panelists for an inspirational session. It was great to hear from these inspirational women leaders. So thank you once again for creating such a fruitful session for us. Please give them another big round of applause. As our moderator and our panel discussants find their way back to their seats, I believe that this brings us to the end of our session 2. And now let me invite Mr. Jung Sung-chun, the Senior Vice President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, to deliver his closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello.
KIEP, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. First of all, I'd like to thank the distinguished members of the forum, speakers, and all other guests for participating in the 5th ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum. In particular, I extend my warm gratitude to Vice Minister Jong-mun Choi, Director General Mi-yeon Lee, and the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, as well as the U.S. Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, Jose Fernandez, Chair of International Affairs Council, Shibo Chu, and Charles Freeman from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for attending this year's event. As you know, the first ROK-US Public-Private Joint Economic Forum was held in Seoul on 23rd October 2017, and the second forum in Washington, D.C. on 6th December 2018, and the third forum in Seoul on 7th November 2019, and the fourth forum held in Washington, D.C. on 21st July, thus laying the foundation for promoting economic cooperation between South Korea and the United States, as mentioned in the joint statement signed by the two summits in June 2017. Through these four forums, the two countries have discussed ways to accelerate economic cooperation in diverse sectors, such as the trade issues based on the KORUS FTA, advances in women's economic status, the fourth industrial revolution, and cooperation between the new Southern policy of South Korea and the Indo-Pacific strategy of the United States. It is very important to address these agendas for global societies, including South Korea and United States. These discussions can also contribute to strengthening the ROK-US alliance in terms of economics and national security. The staunch alliance between South Korea and the United States has built up a close economic partnership initiated for security purposes. Trade volumes between the two countries have increased from $100.8 billion in 2011 to $131.6 billion in 2020, by more than 30% after signing the KORUS FTA. The two economies recognize each other as major trade partners. The volumes in service trade between the two stood at $49.1 billion in 2019. Moreover, total foreign direct investment to the United States by South Korea was $169.6 billion during 1968 to 2020. And total investment to South Korea by the US was about $89 billion from 1962 to 2020. Thus, economic cooperation between the two countries has been activated in many sectors, including goods, services, and investments. It is essential for South Korea and the US to cooperate in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields for the purpose of achieving sustainable economic growth. There are many ways to cooperate with each other, such as interchanging human resources in these fields, as well as jointly investing in various projects initiated by women entrepreneurship. Many previous studies have found that women's economic participation and improvement in their educational level help economic development. More specifically, the economic role of a woman is becoming even more important in an aging society. Women's active participation in economic activities has contributed to easing inequality between men and women, as well as inequalities in overall societies. Thus, the UN has declared the promotion of women's rights and interests as one of the major agendas of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. It is necessary to improve women's economic status to achieve continuous and inclusive global economic growth for both South Korea and the United States. Achievement by women in the science and technology area have provided momentum for national economic growth in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. However, the labor participation rate of Korean women in STEM majors has been quite low compared to the participation rate of men in these areas. While labor participation rates of men in the age groups of 25 to 29 and 30 to 34 with engineering majors in South Korea were 82.9% and 92.3% respectively in 2019. Women's participation rates in the same age group were 78.8% and 88.3% respectively. In the case of the United States, despite making up nearly half of the US workforce, women are still vastly underrepresented in the STEM workforce. The female workforce has increased from 8% of STEM workers in 1970 to 27% in 2019. But men still dominate the field. That is, men made up 52% of all US workers, but 73% of all STEM workers. Accordingly, we know that there is a significant gap between men and women, especially in science and technology areas, even though the gender gap in labor market has been decreasing in both countries. The role of both government and private sectors is important to promote participation in economic activities of women majoring in STEM areas. The government should remove barriers in laws and regulations in terms of preventing women from participating in the labor market. Private firms also need to eliminate discrimination against women in their management systems, as well as creating better working environments. More importantly, we should put higher efforts into creating a social environment for women where they can enjoy greater access to high-quality jobs and show creativity. South Korea and the United States will be able to extend their cooperative relationship by participating in major agendas implemented by the UN, as well as learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses by sharing policies and institutions, or holding networking events like this between women entrepreneurs in the two countries. Once again, I suggest that today's discussion should be a great opportunity to find ways for the two countries' economic growth in the future. I will finish my closing remarks with the following famous saying. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again for your closing remarks and that last quote, of course, go together if you want to go far. So thank you once again, Mr. Jung Sung-chun, the Senior Vice President of KIEP. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this officially marks the closing of the 5th ROK-US Joint Public-Private Economic Forum. On behalf of the hosts, I would like to thank everyone who participated today offline and online, despite the significant time differences. We truly hope that COVID-19 will be tamed somewhat by next year so that we can invite everyone in person and to see you once again at the 6th Joint ROK-US Forum. So thank you once again, and with this, I will say goodbye. Thank you very much. Ladies